shit. The fuck? Where is it? Where did I put that one? Man, I don't know. Bro, come on now. It can't be that far. Oh, there it is. Alright. Alright, so this is going to be the start of a new series where each day, hopefully each day, we'll see, I'll be reading one verse, one chapter of the Bible, and eventually I'll get through the entire Bible, and stuff like that. And it's a 3-year thing, cause I got this student Bible here that my grandma got me, and I've been reading it for a while. It has like the track reading programs in it. I've been reading I read the 2 week. The 2 weeks, and then the 6 months one, and then now I'm on the 3 years, and I've been I want to basically I want to try and spread the word of the Bible without having to deal with social anxiety. Basically, I want to try to spread God's word without having to, like I said, talk to a bunch of people in person and stuff like that, because the way I am is I'm very I have social anxiety, and I'm not very good at like talking to people and stuff like that. I'm a very introverted kind of guy and stuff like that. So I want, and one of the books that my grandma gave me that I read through says, it's our job as part of as believers to kind of to spread the word as much as we can, and I want to do that in a way that I don't feel is going to be annoying, because whenever people think about like the Jehovah's Witnesses coming to your door, eesh, I'm gonna avoid them because I don't want to, because they're kind of trying to push they're gonna kind of talk to me, and they're kind of pushy, as though like the vibe, whenever I've seen like Jehovah's Witnesses coming up to my door and stuff like that, and I look through a little peephole, I'm like, yeah, I ain't answering your ass, and stuff like that. So I'm gonna try to do this and stuff like that. I'm gonna be reading, like I said, from the Student Bible International Version. New International Version, and I don't know if, because I don't know if, what's it called, if this is copyrighted or not. So what I'm gonna do for safety is I'm just gonna read the text. I'm not going to read, let's say, because for each chapter, what's really nice is that they have an introduction that kind of gives some context, and I might summarize the context, and there's also some things and stuff like that, they'll have notes in there and stuff. So for copyright's sake, I'm definitely not gonna read word for word the little notes and stuff like that. But I'm just gonna read the text and stuff like that. I might do more reading, we'll see. And I'm gonna try to make this as best quality as possible, at least with the audio. The audio is what really is really important. I struggle to get audio perfectly, but I'm gonna, since this is work for the Lord, I'm gonna try my best and stuff like that for the audio, because you really don't need the video, let's be honest. But I can't just upload audio to YouTube now, can I? But yeah, I'll give some context. I'm a Christian and stuff like that, and I've been getting into I've been getting into the faith and gain my get really into religion and the Christian religion and stuff like that at the beginning of this year, which has at the time of watching this, it's like what, August 2022. So I started getting into it. Started reading the student Bible because I saw the track reading program like at the beginning of this year, and I thought, this is kind of fresh. I only have to read one a day, because the Bible is very intimidating because it's so long. And I said I liked what I was saying. I truly feel like God has come into has really made an impact on me, and even these past like six or so months, and I just want to spread the word, and stuff like that. Be able to get as many people saved as possible, and stuff like that. So anyway, so I'm gonna be going on my journey in faith, and I hope that in my faith, and as I'm doing so and maturing and stuff like that, God's working on me. I want to try and reach others, despite my my social inadequacies and fears. So anyway, we're gonna start with Genesis 1 today, and so this is, I really don't need to read the introduction that the book has. I mean, it's pretty simple. It talks about God and God creating the earth and stuff like that, and stuff like that. So let's get into Genesis 1. The beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. And God said, "Let there be an expanse between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the expanse and separated the water under the expanse from the water above it. And it was so. God called the expanse sky, and there was evening, and there was morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants, and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. And God said that I'm gonna have to restart this. Fuck. Alright, whatever, I'll just chop it. Alright. Back with another thing, I figured it's probably not going to be a daily thing. I thought about I was going to try and do it daily, but that was just too ambitious, I guess. I got too many things to do. So, it's probably not going to be daily. I'm just going to get them out as I can get them out. But, okay, today I think, we're on Genesis. I have to record. Okay, Genesis 2. Let's see. Now keep in mind, this translation is the New International Version. So I guess, what do they call it? I think they call it NIV and stuff like that. And yeah, just for context. And yeah. Okay, let's see. Genesis 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day he rested from all his work, and God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because on it he rested from all the work of creating that he had done. Adam and Eve. This is where we're going to talk about the Adam and Eve story. This is the account of heaven and the earth when they were created. When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and no shrub of the field had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to work the ground. But streams came up from earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. The Lord God formed the man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. And the Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters. The name of the first is the Pishon. I think that's how it says. Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are also there. The name of the second river is the Gihon, or Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along the east side of Ashur. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. The Lord God took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, "You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. For when you eat of it, you will surely die." The Lord God said, "It is not good for the man be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the air. He brought many of them to the man to see what he would name them, whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds of the air, and all the beasts of the field. But for Adam no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to the man. The man said, "This is now bones of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. For this reason a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they will become one flesh. The man and his wife were both naked, and they felt no shame." Alright, that was Genesis 2. And, yeah. So, I hope you guys enjoy this, yeah. And yeah, like I said, as usual, if you have a comment or whatever you want to put in or something you want to discuss or something like that in the comment section, please let me know, and stuff like that. Yeah, and I'm not gonna guarantee that I'll respond, but I might respond. We'll see. I'm a busy man, but I try to make sure that I can fit God into that schedule, of course, and try to do the work of the Lord, and stuff like that. So, yeah, I did want to bring something up, because I was confused, because I was thinking with the Adam and Eve thing, because like I grew up around believers and stuff like that. It's like I think it's like people that are like a half-hearted kind of belief thing, where it's like, and I was like me, and stuff like that. I was the same way until like, maybe like 6 months or so ago, and when it's like that's what I call it. It's like a half-hearted belief, where like you don't like, you believe that God exists and stuff like that, and or like something along there, like at least like a divine being exists. Like there's no way that the universe could make sense and have all these systems if there wasn't some mind behind it and stuff like that, or and stuff like that. I think that's like a heart life, like a like I said, like I described it as a half-hearted belief, because I never bothered to actually study like scriptures and stuff like that. I was like, well, the Bible's too intimidating, it's too long, I don't want to do it. But yeah, and then I started doing it with the track reading program, and then I was like, wow, I knew nothing, I just thought, it's just, I'm just gonna go along. I know there's a God and stuff like that, and or at least somewhat, like, or I'm like a good percentage sure, and that's fine. I'm not gonna bother about it. I'm not gonna study the scriptures or go to Sunday church or anything like that. And I was just thinking about that. I wanted to voice that in video and my thoughts. So yeah. Anyway, I'll do with that what you will. Yeah, because as far as I know in the Bible, God does call you to congregate with fellow believers, and I'm one of those people that's like averse to, like, I don't want to do that because I'm like an introverted person. But yeah, you have to think about it. As believers, it doesn't matter, because we're supposed to do the work of the Lord, whether it's inconvenient or not. Whether, let's just be frank, whether we want to or not. And that's something I've been thinking about as well, which is why I started going to church. And I think it's been pretty good so far. I mean, the timings are very inconvenient, but I still manage to go at least Sundays and stuff. But yeah, I'm just kind of rambling at the end of these videos now. I'm probably going to keep doing that. And I might even repeat stuff and stuff like that. But yeah, that's it. That's the end of the video. That was Genesis 2. And yeah, I'll catch you later. Alright, back with another video in the series. Hope you all are doing well. We're on Genesis 3 now in the Bible reading series. Okay. Okay, I guess I gotta do my intro. So I'm doing a Bible reading series, and the version I am reading is the New International Version by, I guess, I don't know if it matters, but it's made by Zondervan. I got the student version, which I think the only difference is they have like little texts and stuff like that and things at the beginning of each book and stuff like that that give you some context and stuff, like insight, which is nice because as a relatively new believer and stuff like that, it really helps out. But anyway, here at Genesis chapter 3. I'll be ahead of myself there. Alright. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, 'You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.' 'You will not surely die,' the serpent said to the woman, 'for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil.' When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were open, and they realized they were naked, so they sewed the fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you above all the livestock and all the wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust. Yeah, you will eat dust all the days of your life, and I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." To the woman he said, "I will greatly increase your pains in childbearing. With pain you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you." To Adam he said, "Because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat of it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return." Adam named his wife Eve because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever." So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. After he drove the man out, he placed it on the east side of the Garden of Eden. I don't know how to say it, but cherubim, I think, and a flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree. Alright, that was Genesis 3. As always, I hope I did okay. And if you have anything you want to discuss in the comment section, you go ahead and do so. Go ahead and write that comment out and stuff like that. But yeah, see you in the next video, Genesis chapter 4. Okay guys, back with another video. Today we're doing Genesis 4. This starts the story of Cain and Abel. And yeah, so let's like I said, like I usually do. This is basically it's a series going through the Bible and stuff like that, and one chapter at a time. And then yeah, so I got the version I'm going to be reading through is the New International Version. So I guess people abbreviate it as the NIV. And yes, I got the one I'm using is from Zondervan or whatever, Student Bible. It gives me introductions to each chapter and to each introduction to each book, and gives like some insights and notes in there and stuff, which is very helpful. and breaks it up into sections. Like, for example, with Genesis 4, there's a little label called Cain and Abel, which is nice. So it breaks things up and stuff like that for the person that's just learning, which is me, and stuff like that. So yeah, in the beginning there was like a little card thing in the top right to the playlist. So that's in progress. So check that out, and let's get into it. Genesis chapter 4. Adam lay with his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man." Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. But Abel brought fat portions, or Abel, or whatever, brought fat portions from some of the firstborn of the flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. So in the book, in here, it has a little note on the side saying that it was never explained why. We don't know why God did not like Cain's offer and stuff like that. Maybe it was because Cain did it just to get God's approval or something like that. I don't know. And while Abel had some other, I think it was reason or something like that. I think it might have been like the state of their spirit or something like that. I'm just guessing. If my brain has to be picked on it, but of course, I don't know. I'm a new believer and stuff, like a fairly new believer, and stuff like that. So, but I'm just thinking about it and stuff. It says in the Bible right here in the note that it could have possibly been his Cain's attitude compared to Abel's, which makes sense. And because on the one hand, whether God, no matter how God responds, you should be happy no matter what to please God. You shouldn't, want revenge or something, or be angry just because God appreciates one thing over another or something like that. You should always want to please God no matter what. And maybe that's the idea and stuff like that. But who knows? I'm just rambling. Anyway, let's keep going. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at the door. It desires to have you, but you must master it." Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." And while they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" Or Abel, whatever. I don't know," he replied. Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened his mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it will no longer yield its crops for you. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But the Lord said to him, "Not so. If anyone kills Cain, he will suffer vengeance 7 times over." Then the Lord put a mark on Cain, so that no one who found him would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain lay with his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of okay, I'm going to butcher these names. Mahujael, and Mahujael was the father of Methuselah, and Methuselah was the father of Lamech. Lamech married two women, one named Ada and the other Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal, and he was the father of those who lived in tents and raised livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play the harp and flute. Zillah also had a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. Cain is avenged 7 times. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then launch 77 times. Lamech 70 times. Adam lay with his wife again, and she gave birth to a son named Seth, saying, God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him. Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time, men began to call on the name of the Lord. Alright, so simple chapter, just some lineage there, and story and stuff like that. Nothing too crazy to unpack here. I hope you found that useful. And I'll catch you next time when we do Genesis 5. I'll probably do 5. Let me see. Where am I at right now? Because the way it is I read, like, these videos. When these videos, I read them, I independently, through independent study, I do it myself. I read it myself alone because I want to read it alone first. And stuff like that. And then I record it, and then at some point I edit it and all that stuff. I was trying to do it every day, but I don't have time for that. I struggle to have time to do anything that I need to do as it is. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Yeah, so I need to do 5, 6. Yeah, 5 and 6. Okay, and I think I might start the Romans too, because I've been reading. I have another track program right here that I just started following that my church put out on Sunday. I'm going through Romans right now. I'm up to. I read through Romans 10. The Apostle Paul, and stuff like that, wrote Romans and stuff to try to appeal to Romans as far which is the context of the book in his book that's given and stuff like that. So I might try and do that, or I might save it for later. We'll see. Depends on how much time I have. Yeah. Anyway, that's the end of that. I'll probably release all these at once each week or something like that, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Whatever I have time to do. Alright. Okay. Genesis chapter 5. We're going to be doing that, and as usual, this is the NIV, the International Version of the Bible, and we're going to get into chapter 5 of Genesis, like I said. Alright, let's go. Alright. This is the written account of Adam's line. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them. And when they were created, he called them man. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had over 8 other sons and daughters. Altogether, Adam lived 930 years, and then he died. When Seth had lived 905 years, he became the father of Enosh. And after he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years, and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Seth lived 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Kenan. And after he became the father of Kenan, Enosh lived 815 years, and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enosh lived 905 years, and then he died. When Kenan had lived 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. And after he became the father of Mahalalel, Kenan lived 840 years, and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Kenan lived 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared. And after he became the father of Jared, Mahalalel lived 830 years, and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Mahalalel lived 895 years, and then he died. When Jared had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. And after he became the father of Enoch, Jared lived 800 years, and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Jared lived 962 years, and then he died. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. And after he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked with God 300 years, and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived 365 years. Enoch walked with God. Then he was no more, because God took him away. When Methuselah had lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech, and after he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years, and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech had lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah, and said, "He will comfort us in the labor and painful toil of our hands caused by the ground the Lord has cursed." After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Lamech lived 777 years, and then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. All right, well, that was Genesis chapter 5. Now, I was thinking about this. These people living like 1,000, almost nearly like 500 to 1,000 years. And I'm like, damn, bro, that's crazy. Back then, like way back then, that happened. That's crazy, man. To be honest, I wouldn't even want to live that long. To be honest, like that's a long time. Like I feel like at some point you probably just get tired of life. Unless of course, even if your purpose in life, you have a purpose in life, like serving God as a great example. You'd want to go to heaven at some point and be with because that's the idea, is that I only have to remain on this mortal in this mortal world for so long, and then after that, assuming that I've done things right, and the Lord has favor in me, what's it called? I can go to heaven and be with Him and serve Him for all eternity and stuff like that. I mean, to be honest, even 1,000 years compared to eternity is kind of short. It's like really short if you think about it. That comes back. I guess it all comes back to the idea that really comforts me, is that no matter what happens in this mortal world, it's all finite and it's all going to come to an end. But unlike, say, like an atheist, for example, as far as I know, or people that believe that nothing happens when we die. It's all just there. It's just everything's gonna go away and that's it. And there's nothing else beyond the afterlife. I'm like, well, that's kind of depressing. And what reason do I have to conform to any laws if the world is just fine? The world is just fine, and there's no higher power to actually establish rules. If rules are just established by man, why should I follow them? As I am a man also. I'm no there's no divine being. If there's no higher power, then what's the point? What's the point of going on? Just to preserve the next generation or whatever, in a world that's just going to end anyway. So at least with God and Christianity and stuff like that. I know other religions have this idea. You have the as far as I know, you have like the Islam or whatever. That's like 72 virgins and all the other stuff. They have their own afterlife and the idea of what the afterlife is and stuff. But for me, I chose Christianity because I believe that's the true religion and stuff like that. And it's very comforting to me that I don't have I have something to look forward to after I die. Because otherwise everything is meaningless. So yeah, just a thought. And I know you could say, well, you only believe just because of your desperation for a purpose and stuff like that. And maybe that is a factor, but maybe there is some truth to that. But either way, I have felt like the Spirit has been I have felt like there is a Spirit, some like the Holy Spirit or whatever has made an impact on me and stuff like that, and I feel like there really is a God and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna keep rolling with it, and stuff like that. And yeah, I just wanted to give that thought out in this video. I'll catch you guys later as I read. There's on a 3 a.m. Whoa, Thursday morning. Alright, anyway. Not that matters. Alright, but whatever. I'm just rambling. Anyway, yeah. Stay tuned for, I think was that chapter 5 or 6 that I just read? Okay, it was 5. Okay, I need to do chapter 6, and then I'm chilling for the week. Oh, at least for today. Because, yeah, one chapter a day, and then, yeah, okay. I'd already read chapter 6 a little bit ago before this video, so that I could, so that I could do it, because today's verse is Genesis chapter 6, or today's assignment is Genesis chapter 6, and I had to read it myself. Like I said, I have to read it myself before I read it on camera, just because I want the personal connection I feel with God whenever I read it on my own. First, I want that to really soak in. So, because this part is reading it on camera and posting it. That's kind of like a minute, like the ministry part, or like and stuff like that, where I'm trying to spread the word and stuff like that. So, yeah. Anyway, see you for Genesis chapter 6. Check out the playlist that's in the little cards, the cards that show up in the beginning of it. The card that shows up in the beginning. It's the link to the playlist. Yeah. That's it. Alright, welcome back. Or if you're the first one, this is the first one. Alright, we're doing Genesis chapter 6 today. And this is you see it in the title, but This is the New International Version of the Bible, and so NIV or whatever. Yeah, so this is chapter 6, and feel free to check out the playlist that I'm building, or maybe by the time you see this, it's already built and finished. Though that's going to be a long way away at the time of this. It was August something 2022. It's going to be 3 years or so before I actually get all this done, because that's my track reading program, the 3-year thing, with one chapter a day. And yeah, we'll see where my life goes. I wonder what my life is gonna be like in that time. But anyway, am I even gonna be alive when you watch this? But yeah. Anyway, enough of my ramblings. Chapter 6. The flood. When men began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. And here in the because I have the student version and stuff like that, so it has like notes in there. It says in here in the note that, to summarize it, it says that it can be the description of sons of I guess sons of God could be interpreted as sons of Seth, or like angels or something like that. Sons of Seth would mean as like the line of Adam, and or it could refer to the angels. So I mean, I think it makes more sense to say the sons of Seth, but or something like that, because I don't know, the idea of angels like having sex is kind of odd to me, but whatever. It just it doesn't really matter, I guess. The point is that people were having children and look at and stuff like that. I guess it says, then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with man forever, for he is mortal. His days will be 120 years." See, 120. Even if you read last chapter, it's talking about like living like Noah lived. Like, let me see. I don't feel like picking through here, but it's like 500 to like 900 something years old, and it's like, well, yeah, that makes sense that God would try to cut that back. I mean, even then, 120 years old, most people don't even live to that now. So yeah, yeah, just a thought. Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with man forever, for he is mortal. His days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Lord saw how great man's wickedness on earth had become, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil all the time. The Lord was grieved that he had made man on the earth, and his heart was filled with pain. So the Lord said, "I will wipe mankind, whom I have created from the face of the earth, men and animals and creatures that move along the ground, and birds of all of the air, for I am grieved that I have made them." But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. This is the account of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, or whatever. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on earth had become, for all the people on earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, "I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in it and cut it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark has to be 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high. Make a roof for it and finish the ark to within 18 inches of the top. And then it says here at 18 inches, it's taken from, let me see, like a Hebrew cubit or something like this, so like 0.5 meter or something like that. Yeah. Anyway. Put a door on the side of the ark and make lower, middle, and upper decks. I am going to bring floodwaters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish, but I will establish my covenant. I'm fucking up, right? But I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. You are to bring into the ark two of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. Two of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to be kept alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and store it away as food for you and for them. Noah did everything just as God commanded him. And the point I want to talk about here is that we should be trying to strive for the same things as Noah did. We should all be striving to do as God commands, like in the Ten Commandments and stuff like that, and in God's law and stuff like that. We should always try, at least, try and really commit to that. Like for me, I've definitely, I'm not going to go into detail, or at least not right now, but I've made adjustments in my life where that, such as like habits and stuff like that, that more conform with the laws of God, and I'm very much happy that I did so, and stuff like that. And so yeah, I truly feel that the Holy Spirit is really helping me out right now, and has been helping me out like more and more as my faith has grown. And my faith's not perfect. Don't get me wrong here, and I'm not a perfect person. I have bad thoughts and stuff like that, just like everyone else, and habits and stuff like that. But the point is, like, I feel we should always strive to do what's good in the Lord. And to be honest, I don't 100% know what all the Lord sees as good, but we can kind of at least try our best to infer with the scriptures and stuff like that through the scriptures. And well, I guess I could go into detail about it. I had for a long time, just like a lot of other people, I dealt with porn and masturbation addiction, and stuff like that. And it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. I became obsessed with it and stuff, and I really tried to break the what's it called? The chains that I wore as a slave to that addiction, in many years, all the way, majority of my teens, from 8th grade onward. And I don't want to say this, but really out loud in a video or anything. Not to really. I hope that people see it, but not really many people watch my videos. But I haven't really even. There are parents that I don't even know. Like, there are family members that don't even really know. That I've kind of only hinted at. But I say this in hopes that it would help any of you out there, and stuff like that. So like I said, with the masturbation and porn addiction and stuff like that, I know that's a sin and stuff like that, and you're not supposed to do that and stuff like that. And So when I kept struggling and struggling to fight it and fight it and stuff like that. And even when I was trying to fight it, I would have intense urges that I would and stuff like that. And eventually, after a while, they would go away, and then I have to worry about it again later. But the more I started reading the Bible and starting to grow my faith this year, the easier it got to resist those urges, to the point where I really don't even have those urges too often anymore. Like they still come up and stuff like that, and stuff like that. But they're not nearly as strong as what they were before. And I really feel like God, through the Holy Spirit, is really guiding me through that, and helping me with even as we speak, helping me not fall into that sin again. And it's been many months since since I've done any of that, and I really don't. And I'm really glad. I'm really thankful to God and the Holy Spirit, and through the Holy Spirit and Jesus and all that stuff, the Holy Trinity and all that stuff, for really helping me out, and because I really feel like they're working their way through me and stuff like that. Work in progress, but really making, that's why part of the changes that I was talking about. That when you come to God and stuff, you have to change. Well, we should at least strive to change, and stuff like that. And I confess, I talk to God about it. I'm like, God, please forgive me, and stuff. Of course, I think, of course, He's probably going to forgive me, and stuff, as long as I stop, because God is is merciful and stuff, which is nice. And that's what I just wanted to talk about that. And I'll catch you in the next one. I hope that I kind of messed up a little bit in this, but I hope that that's fine. If I have to, I kind of want to re-record it, but I think this is fine. If you just want it audiobook, then you could just go find that, an audiobook of the Bible. But I'm gonna add my own little flavor to it, at least maybe a little bit, and stuff like that, and make it clear that if I do give my own opinion or insights and stuff like that about what I think this means, I'm gonna try and make sure that's clear. I'm clear about it. So, yeah. And I'll catch you guys later. Now I gotta start the process. Alright guys, welcome back. Today we're doing Genesis chapter 7, and we're just this is your first time seeing one of these in the series on my channel. This is if you didn't read the title or whatever. The end of the title, it's... Shut up, dog! I'm ruining my damn video. Anyway. Alright, Genesis chapter 7. We're going to be doing that. It's the NIV Bible. Yeah. So, let's check out the playlist that's on the card at the top right corner at the beginning of this video if you want to see the rest. And let's just get into it. I gotta get this done so that, because I'm running short on time. Alright. The Lord then said to Noah, "Go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 of every kind of clean animal, a male and its male, a male and its mate there, and 2 of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate, and also 7 of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep the various kinds alive throughout the earth. 7 days from now I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made. And Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters came on the earth. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds and all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark, as God had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days, the flood waters came on earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 7th day of the 2nd month, on that day all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. And rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, I think that's how you pronounce it, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, all livestock according to their kinds, every creature that moves along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind. Everything with wings, pairs of all creatures that have the breath of life in them, came to Noah and entered the ark. The animals going in were male and female, of every living thing, as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord shut him in. For 40 days the flood kept coming on the earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 20 feet. Every living thing that moved on the earth perished, birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land that had the breath of life in its nostrils died. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out, men and animals, and the creatures that move along the ground, the birds of the air were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those with him, in the ark. The waters flooded the earth for 150 days. Okay. Yeah, well, that was Genesis 7. It sounds like I was messing up and repeating some things there, but I think that's just how. How do we? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that was chapter 7. Cause I'm kind of confused because it said 150 days at first when I first read this, for 150 days. Then I was like, well, of course it takes a while for waters to recede, right? So it was probably 40 or 40 days with the nights and stuff, and then after that it slowly receded and stuff like that. But yeah, that was nothing much to it. Genesis 7, talking about the earth, Noah's story and stuff like that. And it'll continue in chapter 8, probably. I haven't read chapter 8 yet, because I read it and then I record it. And I haven't read it yet. So, yeah, let me know what you guys thought. If you have any thing you want to say and stuff like that. And I'll see you in the next one. Alright, we're back with Genesis chapter 8. And okay, so this is a Bible reading series of the NIV Bible. And I'm going on this journey because I want So in my other videos, I'm trying to spread the word of God without talking to a bunch of people in person, because I'm an introverted guy. So, but I want to spread the word of God. I at least try to and stuff. And yeah. So yeah, Genesis chapter 8. Here we go. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark. And he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. The water receded steadily from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the water had gone down. And on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. I don't know. I probably said that wrong. But the waters continued to recede until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened the window. After 40 days, Noah opened the window he had made in the ark and sent out a raven, and it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find no place to set its feet, because there was water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to them. By the first day of the 1st month of Noah's 601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. By the 27th day of the 2nd month, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number upon it." So Noah came out together with his sons and his wife and his sons' wives, all the animals and all the creatures that move along the ground and all the birds, everything that moves on the earth came out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of man, even though every inclination of his heart is evil from childhood, and never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease." Alright, pretty good chapter. Nothing too crazy, and stuff like that. Just talking about, more to the beginning, near the beginning of, and stuff like that. Nothing too crazy to unpack. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed that, and I'll catch you in the next episode when we do Genesis chapter 9. Which, yeah. Alright, yeah, I guess I'll just catch you later. Alright, let's see, what am I on now? Genesis 9. Yeah, alright. Welcome to the video, and today we're doing Genesis 9. And yeah, for my intro here, I guess. I'm doing a Bible reading series on the NIV or New International Version. So, yeah, if this is your first video, check out the cute, and you want to, learn more and stuff, and go through the rest. There's a cue card. There's like a card in the top right corner. That's a link to a playlist that has all of the stuff I've recorded so far, and chapters and stuff like that. So. But yeah, today we're doing Genesis 9. Alright. Let's go over God's covenant with Noah or whatever. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall upon all the beasts of the earth and all the birds of the air, upon every creature that moves along the ground, and upon all the fish of the sea. They are given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves will be food for you, just as I gave you the green plants. I now give you everything. But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. And for your lifeblood I will surely demand an accounting. And from each man too I will demand an accounting for the life of his fellow man. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made man. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number, multiply on the earth and increase upon it." Then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, "I now establish my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals, all those that came out of the ark with you, every living creature on earth. I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be cut off by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth." And God said, "This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow on the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth." So God said to Noah, "This is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on the earth." The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. These were the three sons of Noah, and from them these were the three sons of Noah, and from them came the people who were scattered over the earth. Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father's nakedness and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. They walked in backward and covered their father's nakedness. Their faces were turned the other way so that they would not see their father's nakedness. When Noah woke from his wine and found out what his son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves. The lowest will he be to his brothers." He also said, "Blessed be the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend the territory of Japheth. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be his slave." After the flood, Noah lived 350 years. Altogether, Noah lived 950 years, and then he died. Alright, well, yeah, that was chapter 9. I think it's kind of weird, I think, that because I'm kind of like question marks are coming up, and I'm like, well, why did Ham's, I think it was Ham, right? Yeah, Ham's son have to be cursed or anything like that? That's just because he saw Noah naked and drunk, which, as far as I know, if you're not supposed to, being intoxicated is something you're not supposed to do. But I don't. Yeah, so I'm kind of that kind of confused me when I read it the first time, and I'm still kind of confused. I'm like, well, I guess it's just something I find kind of weird, but yeah, I have nothing else to say on it. I just thought it was, I guess, I don't know if peculiar is the word, but yeah, that's Genesis chapter 9, and if you have any things, any comments or whatever, then or things you want to talk about, then leave it in the comments, and stuff like that. I'm learning as I go along, like I haven't read all of Genesis, yet, even, and stuff like that. I'm doing this as I go, and right now I've read through 12, so, because sometimes I don't have time, I don't have time to record, on the day that I read it, because I read a chapter, I read like, I read certain read certain passages each day, and I don't have the time to record them always, so I record it on my days off, like I'm doing right now, and then I bulk upload, I guess, and that's also, at least that's what I plan on doing with these 9 through 12. And I did it with, I think, some other ones, but yeah. All right, yeah. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Alright. I tried to record this but my phone died. Alright, anyway. Alright, so welcome back. Or if you're new, or which is welcome if you've never seen one of these before. Hold on. Alright. Yeah, welcome back to the walkthrough, the read through of the NIV Bible translation. The NIV stands for New International Version, and this video is going to be going through chapter 10 and 11, and so this chapter is I'm doing these two chapters instead of one, because that's what the track reading program in my student Bible thing says to do, and because most of it is lineage listing. So yeah, let's get into it. If you want to see if you want to see more, you can check out the playlist that's in the top. That's linked in the top right corner in the first 3-4 seconds of the video. And yeah, let's get into it. The Table of Nations. This is the account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the flood. The Japhethites. The sons of Japheth: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer: Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan: Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittim, and the Rodanim. From these the maritime peoples spread out into their territories by their clans within their nations, each with its own language. The Hamites, the sons of Ham: Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush: Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramia, and Sabteka. The sons of Rama: Sheba and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who grew to be a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first sinners of his kingdom were Babylon, Bedek, Akkad, and Calneh, and Shinar. From that land he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Ir, Calah, and Rasan, which is between Nineveh and Calah. That is the great city. Mizraim was the father of Ludites, Anamites, Lehabites, Nephthites, Pathrusites, Caslahites, from whom the Philistines came, and Caphtorites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, Hivites. Shut up, dog. Arvadites, Zemarites, and Hamathites. Later, the Canaanite clan scattered, and the borders of Canaan reached from Sidon toward Gerar, as far as Gaza, and then toward Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboiim, as far as Lasha. These are the sons of Ham by their clans and languages, in their territories and nations. The Semites' sons were also born to Shem, whose older brother was Japheth. Shem was the ancestor of all the sons of Eber, the sons of Shem: Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram: Uz, Hol, Gether, and Meshech. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah was the father of Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother was named Joktan. Joktan was the father of Almadad, Sheleph, Hazarmaveth, Jerah, Hadaram, Uzal, Diklah, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. The region where they lived stretched from Mesha towards Sephar in the eastern hill country. These are the sons of Shem by their clans and languages and their territories and nations. These are the clans of Noah's sons according to their lines of descent within their nations. From these the nations spread out over the earth after the flood. The Tower of Babel. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As men moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves and not be scattered over the face of the whole earth. But the Lord came down to see a city and the tower the men were building. The Lord said, If as one people speak in the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they would not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth. They stopped building the city. The Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. Like I said when I tried to record it before, the first time, I was like, well, I'm kind of, these bring question marks into my mind. Like, I'm like, well, that's crazy, you know, because I'm like, well, you know, what is God's reason for doing that? Why would he not want them all to congregate together and stuff like that and build each other up and stuff? Maybe he wanted them to just spread throughout the earth and stuff like that. But I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, like I pointed out in my last one, he's God. I mean, so it's not like I can. who am I to really criticize him, and stuff. I mean, it's not like, he's God, so he can do whatever he wants, so it doesn't really matter whether I agree or not that he, with that decision, made all all that time ago. Anyway, from Shem to Abram. This is going to be talking about Shem. This is the account of Shem, and then starting the story of Abram, which I haven't finished yet. I'm only up through chapter 12. Anyway, from Shem to Abram. This is the account of Shem. 2 years after the flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. And after he became the father of Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And after he became the father of Eber, Shelah lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And after he became the father of Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu, and after he became the father of Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug, and after he became the father of Serug, lived 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor, and after he became the father of Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When the Nahor lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. After he became the father of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and had other sons and daughters. After Terah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. This is the account of Terah. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran became the father of Lot. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur, the Chaldeans, in the land of his birth. Abraham and Nahor both married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of both Milcah and Iscah. Now Sarai was barren; she had no children. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and together they set out from Ur to the Chaldeans to go to Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and he died in Haran. Alright. Alright, that was chapter 10 and 11. I hope you guys enjoyed that, and give me your thoughts down below if you have any questions or anything. I'm not going to guarantee that I'm going to be able to answer, but I probably won't be able to answer them, in fact. But I'm curious to kind of study any questions you have, because they may pique my interest. So yeah, next video obviously going to be Genesis chapter 12. Catch you later. Okay. We're going to be doing Genesis chapter 12 today with in this video with of the NIV version. This one's published by Zondervan. Student Bible, it gives me insights and stuff it gives you introductions and it has a bunch of notes and stuff like that to it of each book and stuff like that, and really helps. If you're a first time read, if you're just getting into the Bible and stuff like that, or and becoming a Christian and stuff like that, then I definitely suggest doing that, because I wouldn't have even started reading the Bible if I didn't have the track reading program, and I wouldn't be talking into the camera right now. So yeah. Anyway, check out the playlist that if you want. That's in the top right corner in the first 5 seconds of the video. And yeah, all right, let's get into Genesis chapter 12. The call of Abram. The Lord had said to Abram, "Leave your country, your people, and your father's household, and go to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." So Abram left, as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram traveled through the land as far as the side of the great tree of Moreh at Shechem. At the time the Canaanites were in the land, the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on toward the hills east of Bethel and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued toward the Negev. Abram in Egypt. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while because the famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, "I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you." When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that she was a very beautiful woman, and when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her. They praised her to Pharaoh, and she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, manservants and maidservants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious diseases on the Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarai. So Pharaoh summoned Abram. "What have you done to me?" he said. "Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister,' so that I took her to be my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go." Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abram to his men, and they sent him on his way with his wife and everything he had. So there's like a note in here that says that technically it's a half truth, because apparently Sarai was his half sister. So yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. I mean, it kind of makes sense because back then there weren't nearly as many people. So you kind of do what you had to do, man. So yeah. Anyway. That was Genesis 12. And if you have any thoughts, let me know. And I'll catch you next time when we do Genesis 13. The next few chapters are going to actually be pretty short as I'm looking through this. So yeah. I'll catch you guys next time. Alright. Welcome back to another Bible reading video. Today we are on Genesis 13 of the NIV Bible, or the Bible NIV version, New International Version. And yeah, like I said, going through the New Testament. Yeah, chapter 13 today. In this video, whatever. I've been bulk uploading because I ain't got time to do it every day. I read every day, just on personally, but I don't have time to do the editing, well, the recording, updating, uploading, editing, all that jazz. But because I'm a busy man, and stuff. So, but because of course, I have to do it. I have to read it personally, like I've said before, on my own before I read it on camera. That's just how it is. Because I'm learning just as you guys are, that are watching this, maybe, Anyway, let's see. Alright, yeah, Genesis chapter 13. Let's get into it. Why is my fan still going? The best sound quality. Anyway, so Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where he had first built an altar. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents. But the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarreling arose between Abram's herdsmen and the herdsmen of Lot. The Canaanites and Perizzites were also living in the land at that time. So Abram said to Lot, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me, or between your herdsmen and mine, for we are brothers. Is not the whole land before you? Let's part company. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left." Lot looked up and saw that the whole plain of the Jordan was well watered, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, toward Zoar. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan and set out towards the east. The two men parted company. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain, and pitched his tents near Sodom. Now the men of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram after Lot had parted from him, "Lift up your eyes from where you are and look north and south, east and west. All the land that you see I will give to you and your offspring forever. I will make your offspring like the dust, and your offspring could be counted." So that if anyone could count the dust of the earth, then they would be counted, or whatever. Then they could count how much offspring, or whatever. Then your offspring could be counted. So go walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you. So Abram moved his tents and went to live near the great trees of I think that's Mamre, or Mamre, at Hebron, where he built an altar to the Lord. Alright, quick chapter. That was chapter 13. The next few chapters are pretty quick. But yeah, I wanted to commentary, because I'm ahead at the time of this recording. I'm all the way up through like 19, I think. But yeah, I found out, Sodom and Gomorrah, man, those people were crazy. Like later on, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but later on, it's when when it goes through the story of Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed, it is like the motherfuckers like the three, I think angels or men or whatever sent by the Lord or whatever, destroy it or something or try to prove that there's some or try to see if there's any like I guess righteous people in there, and like certain amount of righteous people in there, so that it may be saved or whatever, and stuff. They stayed with Abram, because Abram's gonna be, I think, not Abram. They stayed with Lot because Lot's over there, and those motherfuckers were trying to force their way into the house to have sex with the three men. Like, apparently that's what they did. Whatever like people like foreigners or something like that came there. I guess they were men, because it said something about homosexuality and stuff like that. They would always have sex with them, and I'm like, that's insane. Imagine now me going to like say off the top of my head, Chicago. Imagine I set foot in Chicago, and stuff like that, and the second that I enter, like, everybody's watching, trying to come and have sex with me. I'd be like, oh no, oh that would be crazy. That'd be crazy. I don't think I'd survive, to be honest, because that's crazy. That's crazy. But anyway, I just wanted to end on it, and I was thinking about that lately. But anyway, yeah, that's Genesis. I'll probably bring it up in another video. But as I tend to repeat myself and stuff. But yeah, alright, that was chapter 13. We're gonna get into 14 next, and I'll catch you later. Alright, guys, boys, girls, whatever. Let's get into this. Once again, I'll do my intro as always. We're going through. I'm reading through the Bible, NIV, the NIV translation. I guess I should probably include a background in these videos. This is Christianity, I guess. Well, not I guess, it is. I am a Christian, and this Bible is according to I don't know about any other subsects. Is that how? I don't know how that works. I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know how the other branches, if that's the correct term to call it, but are and stuff. But all I know is that I'm a Christian, and this Bible is the translation and stuff, and what I'm reading through is according to that Christianity, and stuff. So yeah. So NIV Bible, which is New International Version. That's what that means. It's a translation version, because there are different versions. You have the King James. You have the I don't know. There are others. Yeah. There are other versions, but King James is probably one of the most popular, and the ones like another one I can come off the top of my head, and stuff. But yeah, we're anyway. Yeah, I got a playlist. There's a card in the top right corner. The first few seconds of the video leads to the playlist. I'm on Genesis right now. We're doing Genesis 14 in this video, and yeah, going through the story of Abram and leading up to the Sodom and Gomorrah, which I guess his name ends up changing. God ends up changing his name to Abraham, but it doesn't. Yeah, but right now he's Abram, I guess. And then God changes his name, I guess. All right. Anyway. Let's get into it. Abram rescues Lot. At this time, Amraphel, king of Shinar. So there's a note here saying that is Babylonia. Arioch, king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goim, Goim, I don't know, went to war against Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zor. All these latter kings joined the forces in the valley of Siddim, the Salt Sea. For 12 years they had been subject to Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him went out and defeated the Rephaites in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, the Zuzites in Ham, the Amites in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and went to En Meshpat, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazazon Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zor, marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim against Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills. The 4 kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their food, and they went away. They also carried off Abram's nephew Lot and his possessions, since he was living in Sodom. Once one who had escaped came and reported this to Abram, the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied with Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out the 318 trained men born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all the goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions, together with the women and the other people. After Abram returned from the defeating Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, that is the king's valley. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High, and he blessed Abram, saying, "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand." Then Abram gave him 1/10 of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the people and keep the goods. Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "I have raised my hand to the Lord, but God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and have taken an oath that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread or the thong of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, 'I made Abram rich.' I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten, and the share that belongs to the men who went with me, to Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them have their share." Alright. So basically, wrap that up. The kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fought with the other ones that conquered other territory, and then they took Lot, the kings and the other territories and stuff, the Laomer or whatever. Conquered Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff, and then Abram went out and recovered that and defeated them and came back and recovered restored the kings and stuff like that of Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff. So because he didn't want Lot to be he he wanted to save Lot, basically. And then he didn't take his share. Like he was told, oh yes, take all these goods. He was like, nah, I don't want to take all this, and stuff like that, because he I guess I'm pretty sure because I'm sure he knew of the wickedness that was happening in Sodom and Gomorrah, and he didn't want to profit off of that. So that's very interesting, because it's hard, people will find, even in our day, just as any other age, it's hard not to take profit if off of someone you disagree with, if offered, and stuff like that. Greed entices people and stuff like that. I guess, for example, like we have this student loan debt thing, right? Well, and stuff like that. Forgiveness, a lot of people are saying, well, this isn't good because we really don't need more debt, and a lot of the debt is going to be, is from, a lot of that that's going to be paid off is going to be paid off from, like, people that are making enough money to pay it back, and stuff like that. Like, these people have, like, a lot of them have, or like highly paid people who went into, or they went into like some highly specialized and field that are making like a ton of money, and they should be able to pay it back and stuff like that. That's not going to help poor people really at all and stuff like that. And and also just increasing our debt, our nation's debt. Well, I live in America, so in the United States of America, so for context and stuff like that. But those same people that would say it, like, the idea is that if you're somebody, like, I guess an example would be somebody being, oh yeah, I don't agree with this, but I'm still gonna, but still being eligible to have it, to get the relief, and stuff. It's like, well, stuff like, it's kind of like that, Instead of saying, oh no, I don't agree with this, so I'm not gonna take it. That would be kind of equivalent, I think. Or somewhat. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just thinking off the top of my head here, and stuff like that. Or kind of like me, I'm kind of like, I don't necessarily, because like I have Pell Grants and stuff like that for college and stuff, and that's nice and all that stuff, and I'm like, well, surely I shouldn't receive this much, because I got quite a bit for and stuff like that, but I still accepted it because I was like, well, on the justification that, it's already allocated to me. I'm not just gonna say, oh yeah, take it back. That's kind of, sometimes I think, well, yeah, that's kind of the greed in me. I'm gonna take this money if it's offered to me, even though I have a kind of mixed view on the idea of these grants and of just getting money just for the sake of it. Just for free, without earning it or anything. So, I don't know, just a thought, and stuff like that. But, so that's something I'm going to really have to think about, and stuff like that, because, when something's offered to you, it's kind of that you really want, despite, the mean, like, despite there being, like, a moral conflict, it's just something to think about. I don't know, because you're enticed to take it, because our nature is is naturally sinful. We have the temptations of greed and lust and all those other, I guess, sins and stuff like that. Our sinful nature, So yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna have to put some more thought into that and stuff like that. But just a thought, not a what's it called? A very well organized thought. But I'm just kind of rambling here. But I hope that some of it made sense. Oh gosh, probably the But yeah, anyway, that was Genesis chapter 14. Yeah, yes. All right. If you have any thoughts down, put them down below and stuff like that. Check out the playlist and stuff like that. And yeah, I'll catch you in the next one. All right, welcome. To another video. If this is your first time, check out the playlist. I got all the other things. I got all the other. I got a playlist full of all the chapters in the Bible in the New International and the Christian Bible. New International Version, because you got King James and NIV, which is New International Version, and then I'm pretty sure there are other versions I just don't know about. And yeah, anyway, this is a read through. I'm doing a read through of the Bible, NIV version, like I said, and we're going to be doing Genesis 15 today. Gotta make this quick because I gotta go to work soon. Anyway, yeah, Genesis 15. God's covenant with Abram. Alright. After this, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward. But Abram said, O sovereign Lord, what can you give me since I remain childless? Childless, and the one who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram said, You have given me no children, so a servant of my household will be my heir. But then the word of the Lord came to him. This man will not be your heir, but a son coming from your own body will be your heir. He took him outside and said, Look up at the heavens and count the stars, if indeed you can count them. And he said to him, So shall your offspring be. Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as a righteousness. He also said to him, I am the Lord, who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to take possession of it. But Abram said, O sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it? So the Lord said to him, Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon. Abram brought all these to him, and cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. Then birds of prey came down on the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, Know for certain that your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and they will be enslaved and mistreated 400 years. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. I think this is referring to Egypt and stuff like that, and how they came out of Egypt, and then within Israel, and then they came, and then they were like in Judea, and I guess and then Israel, and then eventually split to Judea, and then Israel, and stuff like that. I think that's right. I don't know. I could be wrong. But let me see. And they will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your fathers in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the fourth generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure. When the sun had set and darkness had fallen, a smoking firepot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, To your descendants I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaites, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites. Alright, yeah, quick chapter again. Chapter 15. That was chapter 15. And then, yeah, next we'll do chapter 16. And, yeah. Alright. refresh. Alright, yeah. Alright, that'll be the end of this video. I ain't got anything to talk about in this one, really. And, yeah, I'll catch you in the next one. Alright. Hey guys, welcome back to another video in the Bible reading series. Like I just said, this is a series where I'm walking through the books of the Bible, the NIV version, the NIV version, New International Version, and yeah. Check out the playlist if you're interested, and that's in the card in the right corner at the beginning of the video, and stuff like that. It has all the videos that I've done so far in it, and yeah. So in this video, we're going to be doing Genesis chapter 16 and stuff like that. Nothing too deep as far as I remember. Just some stories and stuff like that. Anyway, let's get into it. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian maidservant named Hagar. So she said to Abram, "The Lord has kept me from having children. Go, sleep with my maidservant. Perhaps I can build a family through her." Abram agreed to what Sarai said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian maidservant, Hagar, and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept with Hagar, and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, "You are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my servant in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me. Your servant is in your hands," Abram said. "Do with her whatever you think best." Then Sarai mistreated Hagar, so she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was a spring that is beside the road to Shur, and he said, "Hagar, servant of Sarai, where have you been? Where have you come from? And where are you going?" "I'm running away from my mistress, Sarai," she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, "Go back to your mistress and submit to her." The angel added, "I will so increase your descendants that they will be too numerous to count." The angel of the Lord also said to her, "You are now with child, and he will have a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard of your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility toward all his brothers." She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her. "You are the God who sees me," for she said, "I have now seen the one who sees me." That is why the well was called Bir Lahai Roi. It is still there, between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had born. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Alright, yeah, that was chapter 16, and pretty quick. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I ain't got nothing no thoughts coming in my head lately about something I wanted to talk about and stuff like that in this video. But yeah, as I said, if you enjoy, check out the playlist, and if you have any thoughts or anything, down in the comments, let me know, and write those out. Whatever, and I'll catch you next time. Alright guys, welcome back to another video, and today we're doing, we're going to be continuing our Bible, I'm going to continue on my Bible walkthrough of the New International Version, or New International Translation, and stuff like that. And we're going through Genesis right now, and I'm going through Genesis right now, and stuff like that. I'm basically reading it and stuff like that. I got a student Bible here that my grandma sent me, and stuff like that I read every day. On the 3-track reading program and stuff. Really, really what got me into reading it, and stuff. Pretty easy, 1 chapter a day and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna be doing chapter 17, and check out if you want to see more. I don't even know if I would call it a commentary. Sometimes it's a commentary, sometimes it's not, because sometimes I just don't have anything to add. I may talk about something that I've been thinking about recently at the time of the video and stuff. But other than that, I'm really more interested in getting the Word of God out there and stuff like that. So yeah, this is my way of trying to do minister, I guess, and stuff like that. It's not great, but I'm trying, just try to do the Lord's work, please the Lord, and stuff. Cause I read in a book. Hold on, I'll get back. I'll be back. Sorry. I got the book. Here's the book. I got the book right here. I read the. What is that on my book, bro? What the? Some weird stuff on my book. I have to wipe this off. My book being damaged. Oh no! What is this, bro? Oh, I think some flea shampoo or something on it. Yeah. Oh, I hope it didn't damage it too much. Yeah, some flea shampoo. Oh, man. Did it leak onto the pages? Kind of did. It's still readable though. Anyway. But yeah, this book by Rick Warren, The Purpose-Driven Life, 40 days, 40 chapters, goes through a bunch of things about, what the Christian life, and and stuff like that, and a lot of things like insights and stuff like that about ministry and stuff, and what us as God's children, what we're supposed to do to what makes God happy, and stuff, and what our purpose is. What purpose is, like a hint, like what, I guess in a pretty broad sense, what God's purposes are for us and stuff. Like one of the purposes is to serve others, because that makes God happy and stuff, and points out how the Bible says that God requires you, at the very least wants you to go to church and be with fellow believers and stuff like that, and spread the Word of God. And I'm trying to spread the Word of God and stuff. Not too successful so far. I don't really get any views on it, but I'm trying, and stuff like that. But yeah, in that book, it's a really good book if you're just starting out and getting into, I guess, becoming a Christian and being, I guess, saved or whatever, and you're getting into the religion and stuff, and following Jesus Christ as and stuff like that. Then this is a really good book to read. I recommend it. The Purpose-Driven Life by Rick Warren, and stuff like that. Also, you should probably get a student Bible like this one that has like footnotes and introductions to each books to give you context and ideas and stuff like that. Really, it's really helped me out and stuff. But this one's from like the 80s and stuff, like like late 70s, 80s. I think that was the last copyright listed. They got a new version. They got a new version of it, I guess. This is just the one my grandma sent me and stuff like that. But anyway, this is a long intro. All right, getting into Genesis chapter 17. Let's start. All right. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless. I will confirm my covenant between me and you will greatly increase your numbers." Abram fell face down, and God said to him, "As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for the generations to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan, where you are now an alien, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I will be their God." Then God said to Abraham, "As for you, you must keep my covenant, and you and your descendants after you for generations to come. This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you, the covenant you are to keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. For the generations to come, every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those who are born in your household or bought with money from a foreigner, those who are not your offspring, whether born in your household or bought with your money. They must be circumcised. My covenant in your I might have just repeated that. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from the people. He has broken my covenant." God also said to Abraham, "As for Sarai, your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her." Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, "Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, "If only Ishmael might live under your blessing." Then God said, "Yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful, and I will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by this time next year." When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God went up from him. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born in his household or bought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them, as God told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that same day. And every male in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or bought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him. I think that's kind of interesting. Do you guys not see it as, what's the big deal with circumcision? Like, why is there such an emphasis on this? Like, well, God seems kind of silly at sometimes, man. Like, I don't understand why circumcision is such a big deal to God or whatever, or at least was. But you know what? He's God. He can do whatever he wants. But I find it kind of odd, kind of funny too. But yeah. Anyway, that was Genesis chapter 17. Yeah, like I said, check out the playlist, and if you want, and yeah, I'll catch you in the next one. Hopefully, you'll be there anyway. Alright guys, welcome back to another video, or welcome to the video, and if you've never seen it before, and yeah, so going through reading through the Bible one chapter at a time, the NIV version. At some point when I finally finish the NIV version, which is, according to the three-track reading program, which I'm basing these videos off of, it's going to be 3 years before I even get done with reading it. So, and I'm 20 now at the time of this recording. So, yeah, it's gonna be 23 before I'm gonna be 23 before I get done with this. I'm thinking about reading through the King James Bible at some point, but we'll see. I might not even be alive, long enough. But a lot can change, between now and then, and between now and even tomorrow. So, yeah. Anyway, we're doing Genesis chapter 18 today, and yeah, if I recall correctly, just by skimming this, we're getting into the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff like that. So it's gonna be an interesting couple chapters. Let me see, read a little further. Let me see. Yeah, so Sodom and Gomorrah is going to be going on from 1819. Yeah, 18 and 19. I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly. And by skimming back, because I read these chapters and then I post it, and then I read them out loud because I want to read them alone, first, and then read them on camera. I don't want to go in blind on the first reading, because just for obvious reasons. All right. Anyway, Genesis chapter 18. Let's go. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, "If I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat so you can be refreshed, and then go on your way, now that you have come to your servant." "Very well," they answered, "do as you say." So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. "Quick," he said, "get 3 saws or seals, I don't know." There's a footnote here that says, let's see, get 3 seals. It said that the footnote says that is probably about 20 quarts or 22 liters. Alright. Not that I thought that was an interesting for context. Let's see, where was I at? Oh yeah. "A fine flour, and knead it and bake some bread." When he ran to the herd and selected a choice, then he ran to the herd and selected a choice tender calf and gave it to a servant who hurried to prepare it. He then brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set these before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. "Where is your wife Sarah?" they asked him. "There in the tent," he said. Then the Lord said, "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah your wife will have a son." Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already old and well advanced in years, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, after I am worn out and my master is old, will I now have this pleasure? Then the Lord said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh and say, will I really have a child now that I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son. Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, I did not laugh. But he said, yes, you did laugh. Abraham pleads for Sodom. Well, sorry, that was the... Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if I should read the heading. Because from what I understand, in the regular, like, non-student... Because I have a student Bible. Like, where, like, it kind of... It's very helpful because it has headings and stuff like that. And, like, little, like, in bold font that says, like, that breaks it up. And I think in the regular Bible, like, if you go to and just get a Holy Bible or whatever, I don't think it does that, as far as I know, but I don't know. So I don't know if I should be reading these headings just because, for copyright's sake, because I don't want to get rid of, I don't want to, what's it called? I want them to be able to make profit off all their hard work and stuff like that, and stuff like that. So if you want to actually have the helpful stuff, then the extra stuff you should actually go buy it, or at least the more updated, the modern looking one, because this is one from back in, I think, latest copyright 1978 is listed in the book at the beginning. But anyway, shit on my hand. Anyway, but anyway, yeah, this is just called Abraham pleads. Already said it. So Abraham pleads for Sodom. And when the men got up to leave, they looked down toward Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all nations on earth will be blessed through him. For I have chosen him so that he will direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord, by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him. Then the Lord said, the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great and their sin so grievous that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know. The men turned away and went toward Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous... I lost my place. What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous people in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. For far be it from you. Will not the judges of all the earth do right? Will not the judge of all the earth do right? The Lord said, if I find 50 righteous people in the city of Sodom, I will spare the whole place for their sake. Then Abraham spoke up again, now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, though I am nothing but dust and ashes, what if the number of the righteous is 5 less than 50? Will you destroy the whole city because of 5 people? If I find 45 there, he said, I will not destroy it. Once again he spoke to him. What if only 40 are found there? He said, for the sake of 40 I will not do it. Then he said, may the Lord not be angry, but let me speak. What if only 30 can be found there? He answered, I will not do it if I find 30 there. Abraham said, now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, what if only 20 can be found there? He said, for the sake of 20 I will not destroy it. Then he said, may the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there? He answered, for the sake of 10 I will not destroy it. When the Lord had finished speaking with Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home. Alright. Yeah, so I find that quite comical, where the one where it was like, where he's going back and forth with God. He's like, oh, what about 20? Or what about 15? Or what about 10? and stuff like that. He and stuff like that. So, yeah. But anyway, that was Genesis 18. I'm tempted to just spoil it right now because I've already read it. I read these. Well, I've already read all the way at the time of this recording, all the way up through 21, through Genesis 21. So, you know what? No, I'm not. It's in the next chapter. Will Sodom and Gomorrah be destroyed? Who knows? Will Sarai actually have the kid? And stuff like that. What's gonna happen in Lot? What's gonna happen to Lot? You know, that was in. That's over. That's over. And if you remember correctly, Lot went to when they went their own ways. Abraham and Lot, they went. Lot went. It says that Lot went to Sodom, the Sodom area, at least, and stuff like that, because they're like the fertile plains, I believe, and stuff. But yeah, what will happen to Lot? You know. We'll see. You'll find out in the next episode. All right. As always, check out the playlist if you want to see the rest, all the rest of that I've covered. And catch you guys in the next one. All right, guys. Welcome. Anyway, to another video, and we're continuing with my read through, and slash commentary slash a lot most of the time rambling, not very great commentary, but it'd be like that. But yeah, of the NIV Bible, New International Version. And if you want to see all that I've recorded already and posted already, you can check out the cue card, or check out the card in the right hand corner, which will take you to the playlist. Anyway, today we're doing Genesis. I think Genesis chapter 19. Alright. And let's just get into it. Alright. The two angels arrived at Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. My lords, he said, please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night and then go on your way early in the morning. No, they answered, we will spend the night in the square. But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot. Wait, hold on. Okay. Making sure I'm remembering correctly. And making sure. Alright. Anyway, yet both young and old surrounded the house. They called to Lot. Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we can have sex with them. Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof. Get out of our way, they replied. And they said, This fellow came here as an alien, and now he wants to play the judge. We'll treat you worse than them. They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door. But the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness, so that they could not find the door. The two men said to Lot, Do you have anyone else here, sons-in-laws, sons or daughters, or anyone else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place. The outcry to the Lord against its people is so great that he has sent us to destroy it. So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law who were pledged to marry his daughters. He said, Hurry and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city. But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, Hurry, take your wife and your two daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished. When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand and the hands of his wife and of his two daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, Flee for your lives, don't look back, and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away. But Lot said to them, No, my lords, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life, but I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared. He said to him, Very well, I will grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of, but flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it. That is why the town was called Zor. And there's a footnote here saying Zor means small. Okay. By the time Lot reached Zor, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, including all those living in the cities, and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land, like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities there where Lot had lived. Lot and his daughters. Oh, I didn't mean to do this. Man, I keep forgetting to not read the headings, because I don't need to read the headings. They're just there for help. They're just there to be helpful. All right. Lot and his two daughters left Zor and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zor. He and his two daughters lived in a cave. One day the older daughter said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man around here to lie with us, as is the custom all over the earth. Let's get our father to drink wine, and then lie with him and preserve our family line through our father. That night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and lay with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. Alright, the next day, the older daughter said to the younger, Last night I lay with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and lie with him so we can preserve our family line through our father. So they got their father to drink wine that night also. And the younger daughter went and lay with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab, and he is the father of the Moabites today. Or Moabites of today. And the younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites today. Alright. Lengthy chapter of Genesis 19. But, of course that's fine. No problem with that. Yes. Okay. But yeah, kind of interesting. All the incest that happened in the Bible, at least in Genesis. But I guess you kind of have to. It kind of has to, because think about it. I'll think about this. Are we all incest? Because technically, because it all came back from it all came from two people. So all of it can all be traced back, or even Noah and his family, because of the whole flood thing. Well, I don't know, man. I'm pretty early on in my spiritual journey, so yeah, I guess I think I was talking to my father about it before, like a long time ago, and he was like, "Well, it was different back then, and stuff like that. It's not the same way it is now. You didn't have the risk of defects like you do now. So, and that makes sense. So if there are going to be defects, if there are like greater risks of defects and stuff like that, then why, at least now, then why would we not be inclined to why would we not be inclined to think or to believe that incest is bad? Because it is. I mean, it is, but also just that it's disgusting because what's it called? You don't want, basically you don't want the defects, so you change your thinking so that you don't, so that for the good of humanity and stuff like that. Because if everyone was continued having, like, if incest was like a huge thing, then there'd be like a lot more problems now and stuff like that. So it makes sense that we would naturally move away and think that it's disgusting and stuff for our own good, and stuff. But, because I think incest is pretty disgusting, but stuff like that. Like, I would never do it. Not that I've never, had temptations to do it or anything like that. Because that's just how it is with most normal people. I think it's fair to say, think incest is just disgusting. Both whether it's like whether they know about the defects, potential defects, or not, and stuff like that. So, I just wanted to think about that for a second. Just rambling. But anyway, that was Genesis 19. We're going to get into Genesis 20 next, of course. And let me see. Even Abimelech. I can try to refresh myself. Anyway, we'll just read that. And, Genesis 20 next. Anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Alright, welcome back to another episode of the NIV Bible read through. Check out the playlist in the top right corner. The first few seconds of the video, there's like a little thing you can click on, taking to my playlist of what I've done so far. And we're gonna get into this Genesis. We're doing Genesis 20 today, or this video, because I'm recording them all. I bulk record, and bulk publish. So, because I don't got time. Time is something that I'm short of. Most of the time, I always got something to do. I'm never without something to do, which is good. And stuff like that. You're not doing something right if you ain't got nothing to do. Anyway, Genesis chapter 20. Let's get into it. Alright. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar, I think. Right. And there Abraham said of his wife Sarah, She is my sister. Then Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. But God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said to him, You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman. Now Abimelech had not gone near her. So he said, Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, She is my sister, and didn't she also say, He is my brother? I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands. Then God said to him in the dream, Yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all yours will die. Early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all his officials, and then he told them all that had happened. They were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham in and said, What have you done to us? How have I wronged you that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that should not be done. And Abimelech asked Abraham, What was your reason for doing this? Abraham replied, I said to myself, There is surely no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she really is my sister and daughter of my father, though not of my mother, and she became my wife. And when God had me wander from my father's household, I said to her, This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, He is my brother. Then Abimelech brought sheep and cattle and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham, and he returned Sarah his wife to him. And Abimelech said, My land is before you, live wherever you like. To Sarah he said, I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver. This is to cover the offense against you before all who are with you. You are completely vindicated. Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his slave girls, so that they could have children again. For the Lord had closed up every womb in Abimelech's household because of Abraham's wife Sarah. Alright. Yeah, pretty quick. Just chapter 20. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, I think. It's just an interesting story, man. Stuff like that. Kind of Abraham, kind of goofy, man. Because he did that once before. But, I kind of understand, though, But, because he didn't want to die. But, yeah. Anyway, like I said, check out the playlist, and that shows in the beginning of the video, and I'll catch you in the next one. We're gonna be doing Genesis chapter 21, which is gonna be talking about the birth of Isaac, which is, if you remember, or if you watch the other ones, or just read the Bible, you know about the Bible, and you've studied it and stuff like that. What's it called? God came to, I think, both Abraham and Sarah at some point, or it was a God or like one of an angel or something. Whatever. They're both told that Sarah would have a kid in a year from that time, and and another one of God's blessings. They're both like way in their years, like 100 years old or something. But God blessed them with a child and stuff, and we're gonna be talking about it. It's gonna go into the birth of it, of Isaac. We'll talk a little bit about it. It's a pretty short chapter 21. Like I said, talk about the birth, and then it's going to be talking about how Hagar and Ishmael, which Hagar was the maid servant that Sarai or Sarah or whatever. Sarah told Abraham to sleep with to have a child, and Ishmael is that child. And then, and then Sarah got jealous and started mistreating her and all that stuff, which, kind of weird and stuff. But yeah, anyway, that's it. Catch you in the next one. Alright, welcome back to another episode of the Bible Walkthrough, the NIV version, the NIV translation. Alright, we're going through chapter 21 today, or in this video. Stop it, dog. Licking noises. Terrible for my audio quality. Alright, we're gonna be getting into, check out the playlist in the top right corner at the beginning of the video. Yeah, we're gonna be getting into Genesis 21 and about the birth of Isaac and any events that take place around there. Alright. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him, and when his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him, as God commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me. She added, who would have said to Abraham and Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. Hagar and the child grew and was, I keep forgetting, because my student Bible has like headings and stuff like that for like different breakups of the story and stuff. But anyway, the child grew and was weaned, and on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw that the son whom Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham was mocking. And she said to Abraham, get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that slave woman's son will never share the inheritance with my son Isaac. The matter distressed Abraham greatly because it concerned his son, but God said to him, do not be so distressed about the boy and your maidservant. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the maidservant into a nation also, because he is your offspring. Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar. He set them on her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went off and sat down nearby, about a bow shot away, for she thought, I cannot watch the boy die. And as she sat there nearby, she began to sob. God heard the boy crying, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, what is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the desert and became an archer. While he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. At the time, Abimelech and Phicol, I don't know, the commander of his forces, said to Abraham, God is with you in everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me in the country where you are living as an alien the same kindness I have shown to you. Abraham said, I swear it. Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water that Abimelech's servants has ceased. But Abimelech said, I don't know who has done this. You did not tell me, and I heard about it only today. Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a treaty. Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs from the flock, and Abimelech asked Abraham, what is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs you have set apart by themselves? He replied, accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well. So that place was called Beersheba. And there's a footnote that says Beersheba can mean well of 7 or well of the oath. Which is interesting. Because the 2 men swore an oath there. And then after the treaty had been made at Beersheba, Abimelech and I'm just going to say Phicol. And Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called upon the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Alright, that was chapter 21. I got nothing to say for further. Besides next chapter, I guess I could try and do a sneak peek. Chapter 22. Let me skim this real quick. Wait, I haven't even read chapter 22 yet. At the time of this recording, I'm only up through 21. Anyway, I guess I can't give one. So a sneak peek. But yeah. Anyway, check out the playlist, and if you want, and leave any if you want to talk about something in the comments. I'll try and write back. Depending on how type back. Depending on how busy I am or what the time what when you do the comment, because this video could just be seen anytime. It's crazy. It could be like 10 years from now, and somebody's watching this video. I may not even be alive in 10 years. Hopefully, in 10 years, I'll be with child and wife. That'd be those are far-fetched hopes. But yeah, we'll see. We may not even have a country in 10 years. I'll live with. It'll be interesting to see what the next 10 years are like. Just for the nation, for my life, for everyone's life, in other countries. At the time of writing this, Russia and Ukraine are at war still, and don't look like fighting's gonna stop soon. I wonder what's gonna happen with that. Will Russia take over Ukraine? Will Ukraine maintain and gain back its territory and successfully push off Russia? Does China invade Taiwan sometime? Has China invaded Taiwan by the time? And stuff like that. Because right now, it's pretty tense. It's pretty calm in my area. Things that's pretty much as usual, besides the prices, but that's a pretty big thing. But yeah, other than that, nothing too crazy. If you don't watch the news, things are going relatively fine. You wouldn't really know about too much. But yeah, anyway, I'm just rambling and stuff like that. Will we actually go to war with China? I wonder. And who's gonna win? Because the country's pretty divided right now. But anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next one for Genesis chapter 22. Alright guys, welcome back. If it's your first time watching, welcome. Check out the playlist. That's in the top right corner, the first, I don't know, few seconds of the video. It'll take you to the playlist of what I've already done. Anyway, what am I doing actually? Hold on, let me turn the fan off. There we go. Alright. What am I doing actually? I'm doing a read through of the NIV translation of the Bible, in the NIV translation specifically. And yeah, we're walking through Genesis right now, and today we're doing Genesis. Well, today I'm going to be reading Genesis 22 and just giving any general thoughts about anything that happened like recently or in my life or anything like, or maybe in the chapter, or if I think of anything that I think that's worth noting about any other passage of the Bible. I will probably say that before I end the video. So yeah. Let's get into it. Genesis chapter 22. Alright. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, "Abraham." "Here I am," he replied. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains I will tell you about." Early the next morning, Abraham got up and saddled his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, "Stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there. We will worship and then we will come back to you." Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the 2 of them went on together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, "Father?" "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and the wood are here," Isaac said, "but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son." And the 2 of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham!" "Here I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said. "Do not do anything to him. But now I know that you fear God because you've not withheld from me your son, your only son." Abraham looked up, and there in a thicket he saw a ram caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called that place, "The Lord will provide." And to this day it is said, "On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, "I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed because you have obeyed me." Then Abraham returned to his servants, and they set off together for Beersheba, and Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Sometime later, Abraham was told, "Milcah is also a mother. She has borne sons to your brother Nahor. Who was the firstborn? Buz, his brother, Kemuel, the father of Adoram, Kesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jildal, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. Milcah bore these 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor. His concubine, whose name was Rumah, also had sons, Teba, Gaham, Tahash, and Makah. Alright, that was chapter 22. It's another short one. Supposedly the next chapter is going to be about the death of Sarah, and I think Sarah is Abraham's wife, I think, if I remember correctly. And I haven't read that one yet myself, but at the time of this recording, but it'll be interesting. The only way I know it all is because I have like a student Bible. It's like it says student Bible on there. Very helpful, like I've mentioned before. It has headings, like, and stuff like that breaks up the different, like, topics and gives some organization and stuff. That's one of the helpful things that this Bible has. It also has, like, the insights and footnotes and introduction to each book. I really do think that it's really good. It's just really helpful and stuff like that. It's been really helpful to me so far. I didn't know anything about like when I read Romans. I read the Romans. I didn't know anything about that. I was like, well, I didn't know anything about the context. But because of the insight, I know that it was written by the Apostle Paul, to appeal to I guess to the Romans and stuff like that. And like in Corinthians, Paul was writing the letter to I guess Corinthians and stuff like that. And yeah, like it gives you insight, and stuff like that. And it'll even ask you, like, I guess it has like live questions and stuff. And yeah, it's very helpful, very helpful. I don't think you can get new copies of these anymore. My specific one, because the last copyright listed is 1978, I think. Let me look. 1984. Oh, what an interesting year. 1984, Georgia Orwell. Anyway, there is a newer version of it, like a different cover, and I don't know what the difference is. But yeah, my grandma just sent me this one. It seemed pretty new, like, or at least in pretty good condition. With all the track reading program wasn't marked out. You see, you got the track reading program right there. You got 3 of them with the various lengths. I'm on I finished track 1 and 2. I'm on 3 now and stuff. But yeah. Anyway, check out the playlist if you want, and I'll catch you in the next one for Genesis chapter 23. Alright, welcome back, or if it's your first video, welcome, just welcome, I guess. I don't know. We're walking through the NIV version of the Bible. Yeah, and so today in this video we're going to be doing chapter 23 and of Genesis. We're starting out with Genesis. At some point, I plan on having this whole thing. Well, not excluding like the special insights and stuff like that for just copyright reasons and stuff like that. And just the translation, just the reading part, just the Bible part of it. None of the extra helpful stuff. Anyway. 26. Oh wait, never mind. Not better. Because I'm on 27. Because I read ahead. And I'm not able to record every day. But okay, I'm on in the series. I'm on 23, I think. I'll have to check that. Alright. Yeah, I only have to read like 44. I have to do 4 videos. Because alright, anyway. Genesis chapter 3. This chapter is going to talk about how Sarah died. Sarah's death. I think Sarah was Abraham's wife, I think. Anyway, whose name was originally Sarai, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. Let's see. Take some water here. Alright. Sarah lived to be 127 years old. She died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan, and Abraham went to mourn for Sarah. Yeah, that's right. Alright. Mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Then Abraham rose from beside his dead wife and spoke to the Hittites. He said, I am an alien and a stranger among you. Sell me some property for a burial site here so I can bury my dead. The Hittites replied to Abraham, Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will refuse you this tomb for burying your dead. Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land, the Hittites. He said to them, If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me and intercede with Ephron, son of Zahor, on my behalf, so he will sell me the cave of Machpelah, which belongs to him and is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you. Ephron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of his city, No, my lord. He said, Listen to me, I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead. Again Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in their hearing, Listen to me, if you will. I will pay the price of the field. Accept it for me, so I can bury my dead there. Ephron answered Abraham, Listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver, but what is that between me and you? Bury your dead. Abraham agreed to Ephron's terms and weighed out for him the price he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver according to the weight current among the merchants. So Ephron's field in Machpelah near Mamre, both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field was deeded to Abraham as his property in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of the city. Afterward, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which is at Hebron in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were deeded to Abraham by the Hittites as a burial site. Yeah, alright, that was pretty quick. That was Genesis 23. And, yeah, I got nothing really much to say. Abraham just buying some land to bury his wife. Anyway. Yeah, that's the end. I'll catch you in the next one. Alright. Welcome. Today I'm gonna be reading through, in this video, whatever. In this video, I'm gonna be reading chapter 24 of the NIV of the Bible NIV translation, and yeah, like I said, Genesis chapter 24, and this one's going to be talking about Isaac and Rebecca and stuff like that. Yeah. Check out the playlist if you're interested in seeing more. and it's in the top right corner at the beginning of the video. It'll link you to the playlist. Work in progress playlist. You know, it's going to be a long time from the time of this recording before I get all of it, so done. Because I have in mind to have this whole thing as videos, so I might have to create other playlists. One for Genesis, one for for each book, I guess. But we'll see. Alright. So imagine if they had a playlist option, an option where you could like nest folders and stuff. Kind of like how on like computers you can nest folder, you can have folders inside of folders. So you can click on a playlist, and then in that playlist can be other playlists or like folders that you could organize. So you could organize the playlist. That would be epic. They should, YouTube should come out with a feature like that. Maybe they will. That's a good idea. Anyway. Alright. Abraham was now old and well advanced in years, and the Lord blessed him in every way. He said to the chief servant in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, "Put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac." The servant asked him, "What if the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from?" "Make sure that you do not take my son back there," Abraham said. "The Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household in my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me an oath, saying, to your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angel before you so that you can get a wife for my son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there." So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master, and Master Abraham, and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and left, taking with him all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim and made his way to the town of Nahor. He had the camels kneel down near the well outside the town. It was toward evening, the time the women go out to draw water. Then he prayed, "O Lord, God of my master Abraham, give me success today, and show kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside this spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a girl, 'Please let down your jar, that I may have a drink,' and she says, 'Drink, and I'll water your camels too,' let her be the one you have spoken, or you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master." Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The girl was very beautiful and a virgin, and no man had ever lain with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hurried to meet her and said, "Please give me a little water from your jar." "Drink, my lord," she said, and quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too until they have finished drinking." So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring weighing a beka, and there's a footnote that says about 1/5 ounce, or 5.5 grams. Alright, lost my place for a second. And 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels. Then he asked, "Whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She answered him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son that Milcah bore to Nahor." And I was confused for a second. And she added, "We have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as room for you to spend the night." Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives." The girl ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. As soon as he had seen the nose ring and their bracelets on his sister's arms, and had heard Rebekah tell what the man said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. "Come, you who are blessed by the Lord," he said. "Why are you standing out here? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say." "Then tell us," Laban said. So he said, "I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, manservants and maidservants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath and said, 'You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I live, but go to my father's family and go into my own clan and get a wife for my son.' Then I asked my master, 'What if the woman will not come back with me?' He replied, 'The Lord before whom I have walked will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. Then, when you go to my clan, you will be released from my oath, even if they refuse to give her to you. You will be released from my oath.' When I came to the spring today, I said, 'O Lord God, God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside this spring. If a maiden comes out to draw water, and I say to her, "Please let me drink a little water from your jar," and if she says to me, "Drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too," let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son." Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, and I said to her, "Please give me a drink." She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulders and said, "Drink, and I'll water your camels too." So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" She said, "The daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him." Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms, and I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn." Laban and Bethuel answered, "This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other. Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed." When Abraham's servant heard what they had said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, "Send me on my way to my master." But her brother and her mother replied, "Let the girl remain with us 10 days or so, then you may go. But he said to them, "Do not detain me now that the Lord has granted success to my journey. Send me on my way so I may go to my master." Then they said, "Let's call the girl and ask her about it." So they called Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" "I will go," she said. So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the gates of May your offspring possess the gates of their enemies." Right. Then Rebekah and her maids got ready and mounted their camels and went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Beer Lahai Roi, for he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate. As he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant, "Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?" "He is my master," the servant answered. So she took her veil and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he married. I was like, "Buried? What?" And he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. A very long chapter. I gotta take a breather. But yeah, alright. That was Genesis chapter 24. Once again, nothing crazy, just talking about the stories of Abraham's kids and stuff. Isaac, Rebekah. Further on, they're going to talk about Isaac and Jacob and Esau, which I think Jacob and Esau are the kids of Isaac. And oh wow. Alright. Let me see. I'm only up through 26. So I need to record 25 and 26. And then I'm chilling for the night. Because tomorrow I read 27. And then I don't know if I'll probably upload it tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on what I have. Because I wasn't supposed to work tonight. But I'm working tonight. So, because I guess I didn't have to work. Well, I didn't have to. But I said I was asked. So, and the Lord, it says in the book, the purpose-driven life by Rick Warren. One of the purposes that God assigns to us, or missions, or I guess what we're supposed to do is serve others. So, and I believe I have the time to do so. So the only reason I wouldn't go to work tonight is because I'd want to do other things that would be also productive. But I could work tonight and still have time to do those things. I believe tomorrow and the next day, because then I'll have the next 2 days off. So I'll get 2 days off this week instead of 3. But it's all right. I get more money and I please God while doing it. What could be better? Alright, anyway. Alright, anyway, that was Genesis 24, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. I'm not going to close that because I'm going to do another 2 videos. Alright. Alright. Welcome. In this video, I'm going to be reading Genesis 25 of the Bible, the NIV version. That stands for a New International Version. So, version twice. And so I guess the NIV translation that makes more sense. It's the New International Version. Anyway, I think it's probably a little bit. There we go. I think this. Alright. Anyway, we're doing Genesis 25, or I am anyway. Alright, Genesis 25. Yeah, this is going to be talking about the various topics. Touching on that. It's a short chapter, but especially compared to the last one, there aren't many chapters. So I haven't encountered many chapters so far that are longer than 24. 24 is pretty long. Alright, anyway, this is going to be talking about the death of Abraham, Ishmael's son, kids, I guess. I think, if I remember right, Ishmael is the kid that Abraham had with Hagar, the Egyptian slave or whatever, or maidservant or something like that. And then it's gonna be talking about some Jacob and Esau, which are Isaac's kids, I think. Anyway. Alright, Abraham took another wife whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shewa. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The descendants of Dedan were the Asherites, the Letashites, and the Lumites. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Hanak, Abida, and Eldah. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abraham left everything he owned to Isaac, but while he was still living, he gave gifts to the sons of his concubines and sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east. Altogether, Abraham lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last breath and died at a good old age, an old man and full of years. And he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah near Mamre, in the field of Ephron, son of Zohar the Hittite. The field Abraham had bought from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, who then lived near Beer Lahai Roi. And then now it's going to talk about Ishmael's sons. This is the account of Abraham's son Ishmael, whom Sarah's maidservant Hagar the Egyptian bore to Abraham. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael, listed in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedar, Adbeel, Midsam, Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadad, Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are the names of the 12 tribal rulers according to their settlements and camps. Altogether, Ishmael lived 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants settled in the area of Havilah to Shur, near the border of Egypt, as you go toward Asher. And they lived in hostility toward all their brothers. Jacob and Esau. This is the account of Abraham's son, Isaac. Abraham became the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean from Padan Aram, and sister of Laban the Aramean. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife, because she was barren. The Lord answered his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, "Why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples from within you will be separated. One people will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger." When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his whole body was like a hairy garment, so they named him Esau. After this, his brother came out with his hand grasping Esau's heel, but he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was a quiet man, staying among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste for wild game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau came in from the open country, famished. He said to Jacob, "Quick, let me have some of that red stew. I am famished." That is why he was also called Edom. Jacob replied, "First sell me your birthright." "Look, I am about to die," Esau said. "What good is the birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank, and then got up and left. So Esau despised his birthright. Alright, yeah, that was chapter 25. Alright. Just accounting, taking the stories, basically, and stuff like that. And, I ain't got nothing more to add, really. I'm only up at this point to 26. Well, through 26, so. I still got a lot more to do. What is there, like 50 chapters in this? Yeah, let me see. Surely Genesis is one of the longest books, which makes sense, because it's the beginning. You need to start off really strong. Then let's see, Exodus is 40. Yeah, a lot going forward, it gets short. The books get shorter, which makes sense to me, at least. But yeah, anyway, that was Genesis 25. All right, next video, of course, we'll do 20. I'll do 26. And all right, yeah, that's it. Welcome. In this video, I'm going to be reading through Genesis 26. I'm just looking over here. I'm trying to look up, skim it real quick and see, and try and remember what this was. Okay, yeah, Genesis 26. This is going to be a story of Isaac, and he went to a land that was in that was having a famine, and he went, and he's going to be his encounters with a ruler named Abimelech, if I remember correctly. And he's going to do something that Abraham did before, way back in the day, way back when I'm pretty sure his wife was still back when he was still Abram, and Sarah was Sarai. So I could be wrong though. And yeah, so back in the day, because Sarah is his half sister. So Abraham, for some, I don't know, some dumb reason or whatever, he feared that they were gonna kill him if they found out that Sarah was his wife or something like that. So he was like, oh yeah, I was just gonna save my sister, and then he's like, oh, and then they ended up finding out or something like that, or almost there's some way that he was married to him, and then like, oh, you almost made me an adulterer or something like that, and stuff like that. So this is gonna happen again, but with Isaac this time. Alright. Now there was a famine in the land, besides the earlier famine of Abraham's time. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in this land for a while, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands, and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and will give them all these lands, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because Abraham obeyed me and kept my requirements, my commands, my decrees, and my laws. So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men of that place asked him about his wife, he said, she is my sister, because he was afraid to say, she is my wife. He thought, the men of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful. When Isaac had been there a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked down from the window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, she is really your wife. Why did you say she is my sister? Isaac answered him, because I thought I might lose my life on account of her. And Abimelech said, what is this you have done to us? One of the men might well have slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us. So Abimelech gave orders to all the people, anyone who molests this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Isaac planted crops in that land, and the same year reaped 100-fold, because the Lord blessed him. The man became rich, and his wealth continued to grow until he became very wealthy. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistines envied him. So all the wells that his father servants had dug in the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up, filling them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, move away from us, you have become too powerful for us. So Isaac moved away from there and encamped in the valley of Gerar and settled there. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his father Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and discovered a well of fresh water there. But the herdsmen of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herdsmen and said, the water is ours. So he named the well Esek, because they disputed with him. Then they dug another well, but they quarreled over that one also. So he named it Sitnah. He moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it, and he named it Rehoboth, saying, now the Lord has given us room, and he will flourish in the land. From there he went up to Beersheba. That night the Lord appeared to him and said, I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham. Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. There he pitched his tent, and there his servants dug a well. Meanwhile, Abimelech had come to him from Gerar, and Ahazath, his personal advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his forces. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me, since you have been hostile, since you were hostile to me, and sent me away?" They answered, "We saw clearly that the Lord was with you." So he said, "There ought to be a sworn agreement between us and you. Let us make a treaty with you that you will do us no harm, just as we did not molest you, but always treated you well and sent you away in peace, and now you are blessed by the Lord." Isaac then made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. Early in the next morning, the men swore an oath to each other. Then Isaac sent them on their way, and they left him in peace. That day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug. They said, "We found water." He called it Sheba, and to this day the name of the town has been Beersheba. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and also Basemath, daughter of Elon Hittite. They were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Alright, that was chapter 26 of Genesis. I ain't got no other further thoughts, so I'm just gonna close it here. And check out the playlist that's in the beginning of the video, and the cue card at the right or whatever. And yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one, or not. Well, I'm definitely gonna do the next one. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Alright, welcome back to another episode of in the Genesis read. In the Bible read through. We're on Genesis of the NIV translation. That stands for New International Version. I should probably say, I guess I myself am a Christian and stuff like that. So for those that don't know, maybe you just stumbled upon this and stuff. I should have probably said what religion. I should probably say what religion I am at the beginning of each video, just to make sure people of other religions, I guess, although I deem them, the religions, to be false, I suppose. I don't want to mislead anybody and stuff like that. So yeah, and I really don't. I'm kind of ignorant when it comes to the different sects of I guess stuff like that. Like you have Catholic and stuff. Well, I'm not a Catholic. You have Christian. What is it called? You have the Mormons and all that other stuff. I really haven't looked into that. I'm not the differences, but just to be sure, I'm making sure. I am looking at this through Christianity. That's what and stuff like that. So yeah. Just let you know before that. But anyway, let you know at the beginning. Probably do that. Well, maybe I will, We'll see. This episode I am. But anyway, yeah. This is I'm on Genesis 27 in this video. Like I said, of the NIV translation of the Bible. And check out the cue card. Check out the card in the right hand corner at the beginning of the video if you want to If you want to see the playlist, what I've done so far. And yeah, let's just get into it. This is going to be talking about Jacob, which is Jacob's son. Isaac's son Jacob getting, tricking. Jacob tricking Isaac, his father, into giving him Esau's blessing, because the blessing meant for his brother Esau or whatever. So yeah, if I remember correctly, because I read all these before I record it. Anyway, for this time, we'll get into it. Okay. When Isaac was old and his eyes were so weak that he could no longer see, he called for Esau, his older son, and said to him, "My son." "Here I am," he answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man and don't know the day of my death. Now then, get your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare me the kind of tasty food I like and bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I overheard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die.' Now, my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so I can prepare some tasty food for your father just the way he likes it. Then take it to your father to eat, so that he may give you his blessing before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I'm a man with smooth skin. What if my father touches me?" I would appear to be tricking him and would bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing. His mother said to him, "My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared some tasty food, just the way his father liked it. Then Rebekah took the best clothes of Esau, her older son, which she had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also covered his hands and the smooth part of his neck with goat skins. Then she handed to her son Jacob the tasty food and the bread she had made. He went to his father and said, "My father." "Yes, my son," he answered. "Who is it?" Jacob said to his father, "I'm Esau, your firstborn." Yeah, it is his favorite. But, right. "I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game so that you may give me your blessing." Isaac asked his son, "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" "The Lord your God gave me success," he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near so I can touch you, my son, to know whether you really are my son Esau or not." Jacob went close to his father Isaac, who touched him and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau." He did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau, so he blessed him. "Are you really my son Esau?" he asked. "I am," he replied. Then he said, "My son, bring me some of your game to eat, so that I may give you my blessing." Jacob brought it to him, and he ate, and he brought some wine and drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come here, my son, and kiss me." So he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, "Oh, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord bless. May God give you of heaven's dew and of earth's richness, and abundance of grain and new wine. May nations serve you and peoples bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed." After Isaac finished blessing him, and Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence. His brother Esau came in from hunting. He too prepared some tasty food and brought it to his father. Then he said, "My father, sit up and eat some of my game so that you may give me your blessing." His father Isaac asked him, "Who are you?" "I am your son," he answered, "your firstborn Esau." Isaac trembled violently and said, Who was it that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him. And indeed he will be blessed. When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry and said to his father, "Bless me too, my father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing." Esau said, Isn't he rightly named Jacob? He has deceived me these 2 times. He took my birthright, and now he's taken my blessing. Then he asked, "Haven't you reserved any blessing for me?" Isaac asked Esau, "I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives his servants, and I have sustained him with grain and new wine, so what can I possibly do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Do you have only one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father." Then Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac answered him, "Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother, but when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your back." I think that's alluding to how, from what I understand, if I remember correctly, Jacob ends up being a slave for a long time, and then frees his people and stuff, and so his brother puts him in puts one that throws him to slavery or something like that. But then so throw the yoke off the back. That makes sense. But well, yeah, that statement isn't fact checked. Yeah, I'll have to read through it and confirm that. Which I don't know how long until that is going to be, but yeah. Anyway, that was Genesis chapter 27, and yeah. If you have anything you want to comment, I guess go ahead and do that. And yeah, I really don't. I kind of feel like it's weird how that God would tolerate such things, but I mean it kind of makes sense because God, from my church, I've been doing the 1689. We've been going through the 1689 doctrine, and it says God has a plan, and stuff, and that plan is going to be carried out as a first cause, and then the second cause. There are first and second causes. You have the first cause, like I said, where things going to carry out. Things are going to carry out according to God's plan, and then there are secondary causes that are that go according to free will. And that's where free will comes in man and stuff like that. Where that's in the second causes. So, but I'm not 100% sure. As I've said in my other videos, I'm relatively new in expressing faith and stuff in my faith, and at least taking it seriously and stuff. So I'm learning, It was really hard it was kind of hard for me to wrap my head around the idea of that there are people that are predestination is a thing and stuff like that, because that's a hard pill to swallow. As one of the people in my 1689 class, an elderly man said. But as he said, as far as I know at least, the scripture, there is scripture context to validate it. So, it'd be like that, I guess. like for example, with the Pharaoh and with Jacob's Pharaoh, God hardened the heart of the Pharaoh. I think that's one example. I guess I don't know. I'm not sure, but anyway, yeah, there's a lot. I have a lot to learn and stuff like that, and it kind of sucks. The idea of predestination kind of sucks but it is what it is, I guess. Sometimes I think, I pray that it's not in the Lord's plan or something like that. That for my heart to be hardened. I pray that He has mercy on me and keeps me in His line, But anyway, that's the end of the video. That was Genesis chapter 27. Of course, we're going to do chapter 28. I'm going to do chapter 28 in the next video, of course. And that's it. All right, welcome to another episode of in the Bible read through, the NIV translation. NIV stands for New International Version, and I'm gonna start off by saying what my religion is, so you can kind of do your research to see where your perspective, if your religion aligns with mine, if what I'm going to be reading aligns with mine, if you are not a Christian, or whatever, but in this episode, I'm going to be reading through Genesis chapter 28. And check out the playlist if you want, and that's in the top right corner at the beginning of the video. It's a link to the like I said, the playlist, and it has all the chapters that I've recorded so far. I'm a good way into Genesis. There's only like 50 Genesis chapters, and let's get into it. Genesis chapter 28. Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself, "The days of mourning for my father are near, then I will kill my brother Jacob." When Rebekah was told what her older son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Your brother Esau is consoling himself with the thought of killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from there. Why should I lose both of you in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I'm disgusted with living because of these Hittite women. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these..." Oh, crap. I cut off my last video too early. I don't think I read. I stopped at a little bit before 28. That you will throw his yoke from your neck, or whatever, where he was talking. When Jacob was talking to it was so. Anyway, it's fine. Alright, so this will just be, I'll just add it to verse 28, because it was a nice cutoff point before, I guess. So 28 and a little bit of 27. And no big deal, alright. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these, my life will not be worth living. So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him and commanded him, Do not carry a Canaanite woman. Go at once to Paddan Aram, to the house of your mother's father Bethuel. Take a wife for yourself there from among the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and increase your numbers until you become a community of peoples. May He give you and your descendants the blessing given to Abraham, so that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien, the land God gave to Abraham. Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way, and he went to Paddan Aram to Laban, son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, who was the mother of Jacob and Esau. Now Esau learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and had sent him to Paddan Aram to take a wife from there. And that when he blessed him, he commanded him, do not marry a Canaanite woman, and that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother and had gone to Paddan Aram. So then realized how displeasing the Canaanite women were to his father Isaac. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalath, the sister of Nebaioth and daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham, in addition to the wives he already had. So I don't know if that's a Canaanite, but I just remember that Ishmael is the kid. I believe it's the kid of Hagar, which was Abraham's, which was the maidservant of Sarah and Abraham, that Sarah had him sleep with because she was barren. So before Isaac was born. So I think it was like a revenge thing or something. Jacob's dream of Bethel. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth with its top reaching into heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. There above it stood the Lord, and he said, I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you and your offspring. And I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it. He was afraid and said, how awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven. Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He called that place Bethel. And there's a little footnote that says Bethel means house of God, though the city used to be called Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, if God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear, so that I return safely to my brothers and to my father's house, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house, and of all that you give me I will give you a tenth. Alright, that was 29. Some more story there, and stuff like that. Pretty interesting. Nothing really much to say. Jacob had a dream, and yeah, he had a dream, prophecy thing. And I'm curious to know why God made such an effort to tell it, because God already told him that before, right? Like, he was like, oh yeah, I will spread your descendants and stuff like that. So yeah, here he does it like twice. I don't know what the span difference was between the first and the last time, between that time and the time before, though. But yeah, just an interesting thought, I think. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Chapter 29. Chapter 28. And if you have a comment, or something you want to say or point out about this passage or any other passage that you come to mind, and stuff like that, then you can feel free to put it down in the comments, of course. And yeah, I'll catch you in the next one, maybe. All right, welcome. Back for another video in the Bible read through, of course, and on Genesis chapter 29. Reading the this is the New International Translation. As I've started doing in the last couple ones, I think I could say I consider myself I am a Christian, and stuff like that. So, and I know that there are many subsects of subsects of that, like sects and stuff like that. So keep that in mind if it does, or many different religions too. Although all of them, in my eyes, all the rest of them are like false, of course, which makes sense. And but yeah, if you don't, just making it clear, the lens that I'm seeing it and stuff like that. I practice Christianity, and so if I'm pretty sure Genesis is pretty foundational to many of even the different sections. It's like Catholicism, Mormonism, and all that other stuff. But I'm not sure. I haven't done my research on that. But I really don't have plans to. So, because because I'm a busy man. But yeah. Anyway, we're doing Genesis. I'm doing Genesis chapter 9. And check out the playlist in the beginning if you want. It's at the top right corner. You click it, and then the playlist thing pops up. You click the playlist, shows all the chapters that I've done so far, and yeah. All right, Genesis chapter 29. Let's get into it. I'm running short on time at the moment, so I probably won't provide much commentary at the end. This is about Jacob going. Jacob finally gets to the place that he needs to get a wife or whatever, according to her mother and father's wishes, to not marry in the land that they are. So go back to the land of the relatives and get a wife and stuff. Anyway, then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the field with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from that well. The stone over the mouth of the well was large. Then when all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where are you from?" "We're from Haran," they replied. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" "Yes, we know him," they answered. Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is," they said. "Here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." "Look," he said, the sun is still high. It is not time for the flocks to be gathered. Water the sheep and take them back to pasture." "We can't," they replied, "until all the flocks are gathered and the stone has been rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still talking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. When Jacob saw Rachel, daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and Laban's sheep, he went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. he had told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and a son of Rebekah. So she ran and told her father. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home, and there Jacob told him all these things. Then Laban said to him, "You are my own flesh and blood." After Jacob had stayed with him for a whole month, Laban said to him, "Just because you are a relative of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me what your wages should be." Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel was lovely in form and beautiful. Jacob was in love with Rachel and said, "I'll work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter Rachel." Laban said, "It's better that I give her to you than some other man. Stay here with me." So Jacob served 7 years to get Rachel, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife. My time is completed, and I want to lie with her." So Laban brought together all the people of the place and gave a feast. But then when evening came, he took his daughter Leah and gave her to Jacob, and Jacob lay with her. And Laban gave his servant girl Zilpah to his daughter as her maidservant. When morning came, there was Leah. So Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? I served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me?" Laban replied, It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one. Finish this daughter's bridal week, then we will give you the younger one also in return for another 7 years of work." And Jacob did so. He finished the week with Leah, and then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Laban gave his servant girl Bilhah to his wife Rachel as her maidservant. Jacob lay with Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and he worked for Laban another 7 years. When the Lord saw that Leah was not loved, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, "It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too." So she named him Simeon. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "This time I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. All right, that was chapter 29. Yeah, I kind of thought about that with Judah, because later on, we learned that we have Israel, and Jacob brings them out of Egypt and stuff, and I think that's where Israel is established, and then Israel ends up splitting into Judah and Israel, I believe, and then that makes sense that they would call them Judah, because from what I understand, Israel, the part that split to Israel, became started embracing other religions and false idols, and engaging in many sinful acts and stuff that go along with with those other religions and stuff. And Judah was split off because Judah kind of kept the practices that at least more and stuff. So that's what the split was. So that makes sense that they would name it Judah, because they were still loyal to, I guess, Judaism and God and stuff at the time. Because I don't think Christianity was a thing until Christ was born. Because Jesus Christ, Christianity, and stuff like that. But I'm not 100% sure. The statements I'm making are not fact checked. Just to be clear. But yeah, that was Genesis chapter 29. I mean chapter 30. I think no, chapter 29. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I haven't even read 30 yet. Gonna read 30 tomorrow morning, and then all right. I gotta head off to work. So yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Yeah, 29. Making sure I didn't read it too far ahead. All right. All right, guys. Welcome. All right, back to another video in the Genesis reading, and I guess in the Bible New International or NIV version. Read through the Bible. Yeah. So today, in this video, I'm reading through Genesis chapter 30. You have to go back. I was reading Colossians just a bit ago. This morning. There we go. Alright. Yeah. So, in this chapter, talking about Jacob and more about Jacob and stuff like that, the stories and stuff regarding that. And what's his name? And Laban and stuff like that, and his family and stuff like that. And yeah. Anyway, yeah. Check out the playlist, and that's in the beginning in the top right corner. And yeah, okay. Gonna get into Genesis chapter 30. Let me get a drink real quick. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob, "Give me children or I'll die." Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God who has kept you from having children?" And she said, "Here is Bilhah, my maidservant. Sleep with her so that she can bear children for me, and that through her I too can build a family." So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, "God has vindicated me. He has listened to my plea and given me a son." Because of this, she named him Dan. And Dan, let me see, there's a footnote here. Dan, Dan means he has vindicated. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "I have had a great struggle with my sister, and I have won." So she named him Naphtali. And there's a footnote that says Naphtali means my struggle. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her maidservant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, "What good fortune!" So she named him Gad. You stop! What are you doing? Making noise. And, where was I at? Yeah. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her maidservant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, "What good fortune!" So she named him Gad, and Gad means good fortune or a troop, I guess, supposedly. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, "How some mandrake plants, while he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too?" "Very well," Rachel said. "He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrake." So when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. "You must sleep with me," she said. "I have hired you with my son's mandrake." So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob a fifth son. Then Leah said, "God has rewarded me for giving my maidservant to my husband." So she named him Issachar. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob to a sixth son. Then Leah said, "God has presented me with a precious gift. This time my husband will treat me with honor because I have borne him six sons." So she had named him Zebulon. Then that means honor, I guess, supposedly. Sometime later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel. He listened to her and opened her womb. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, "God has taken away my disgrace." She named him Joseph and said, "May the Lord add to me another son." Jacob's flocks increased. After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me on my way so I can go back to my own homeland. Give me my wives and children for whom I have served you, and I will be on my way. You know how much work I've done for you." But Laban said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, please stay. I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you." He added, "Name your wages and I will pay them." Jacob said to him, "You know how I have worked for you and how your livestock has fared under my care. The little you had before I came has increased greatly. The Lord has blessed you wherever I have been. But now, when may I do something for my own household?" "What shall I give you?" he asked. "Don't give me anything," Jacob replied. "But if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep, every dark-colored lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages, and my honesty will testify for me in the future. Whenever you check on the wages you have paid me, any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark-colored, will be considered stolen." "Agreed," said Laban. "Let it be as you have said." That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-colored lambs. He placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flock. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs so that they would be directly in front of flocks where in heat and came to drink. Uh, they matted in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked and dark-colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself, and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals, so they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban, and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way, the man grew exceedingly prosperous and came to own large flocks and maidservants and manservants and camels and donkeys. Alright, that was Genesis 30. Yeah, 30. Alright. A lot of interesting intellectual battles, I guess. Battles between Jacob and Laban. And Jacob wins every one, pretty much. Besides the one where where he was like, oh yeah, you have to marry Leah, and then you can marry Rachel or whatever. After you work 7 years, and then have to continue more. So 2 out of the 3 battles so far, Jacob has won and became prosperous, which is interesting. It's interesting to follow along, to go along and see the story here. But yeah, that was Genesis 30, and I really ain't got nothing else to say right now. Or I haven't had any thoughts going on, crossing my mind lately about, I guess, things of the Bible. So I'm gonna end it here. Check out, like I said in the beginning, if you wanted to see more, check out the playlist. And yeah, I'll see you in. I might see you. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I'll perhaps maybe see you in the next video when I do, of course, chapter 31, which just skimming it over because I haven't read it yet. I'm all caught up. I'm reading 1 chapter a day according to the rare occasions too, but I'm following the track reading program in the Bible that I was given, and I'm caught up. I'm gonna be caught up on videos at the time of the recording after this. So yeah, I haven't read 31 yet. It says something about Jacob is gonna flee from Laban, which makes sense. He really just screwed. He really outwitted Laban on this one, because Laban's gonna have all his stuff, all his cattle and stuff are probably gonna die, because he gave all the weak ones to Laban and made all the other ones speckled or striped or whatever. Yeah, that's pretty smart, pretty cunning as well. But yeah, anyway, I'm out. All right, welcome. All right, hold on. I gotta turn off my air conditioner. All right, there we go. Can't have the air conditioner coming on while I'm recording. Anyway, like I said, welcome to another my video series on walking through the NIV Bible, or the Bible NIV translation. I am a Christian, so the Bible that applies to that religion, or the religious texts that apply to Christianity. Yeah, that's what I am going through, and right now I'm on Genesis, and in this video I'm going to be reading through Genesis 31. Yeah. So check out if you want to see more. Check out the playlist that's in the top right corner in the first few seconds of the video. You click that link, or the card thing, and it'll take you and like you see the playlist, and you can go to the playlist and see everything that I've done so far. I plan on eventually, about 3 years or so from now, Lord willing, I'll still be alive and doing okay. And but if it's not, if it, then it's all right. What comes to pass comes to pass. Anyway, yeah. So Genesis 31. Let me go. All right, yeah. So 31 in chapter 30. It's called Jacob was still working and for Laban's family, and he had all the stuff, and he outsmarted Laban, and it's basically taking all the strong cattle and basically and stuff like that. And now he's fearing. There's like a rumor saying. So with this, in 31, basically, there's a rumor. He hears a rumor about how dissatisfied Laban's family are with him and stuff like that, and that he's like, okay, they're gonna kill me if I don't leave or something like that. So he's gonna go. And then the Lord, is gonna say, yeah, go somewhere else or whatever. But anyway, let's just get into it. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, Jacob has taken everything our father owned and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father. And Jacob noticed that Laban's attitude toward him was not what it had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, go back to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah to come out to the fields where his flocks were. He said to them, I see that your father's attitude toward me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father with all my strength, that your father has cheated me by changing my wages 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said, the speckled ones will be your wages, and all the flocks gave birth to speckled young, and if he said, the streaked ones will be your wages, and all the flocks bore streaked young, so God has taken away your father's livestock and has given them to me. In breeding season I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw that the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled, or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob, I answered, here I am. And he said, look up and see that all the male goats mating with the flock are streaked, speckled, or spotted. For I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and where you made a vow to me. Now leave this land at once and go back to your native land. Then Rachel and Leah replied, do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Does he not regard us as foreigners? Not only has he sold us, but he has used up what was paid for us. Surely all the wealth that God took away from our father belongs to us and our children, so do whatever God has told you. Then Jacob put his children and his wives on camels, and he drove all his livestock ahead of him, along with all the goods he had accumulated in Paddan Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household gods. And from my understanding, what they mean by this is like statues or something like that. Statues of so-called, like what are called false idols and stuff like that. And moreover, Jacob deceived Laban, the Aramean, by not telling him he was running away. So he fled with all he had, and crossing the river, he headed for the hill country of Gilead. On the third day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled. Taking his relatives with him, he pursued Jacob for 7 days and caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead. Then God came to Laban the Aramean in a dream at night and said to him, "Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad." Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country of Gilead when Laban overtook him, and Laban and his relatives camped there too. Then Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done? You've deceived me, and you've carried off my daughters like captives in war. Why did you run off secretly and deceive me? Why didn't you tell me so I could send you away with joy and singing to the music of tambourines and harps? You didn't even let me kiss my grandchildren and my daughters goodbye. You have done a foolish thing. I have the power to harm you, but last night the God of your father said to me, 'Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. Now you have gone off because you long to return to your father's house.' But why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Laban, "I was afraid because I thought you would take your daughters away from me by force. But if you find anyone who has your gods, he shall not live in the presence of our relatives. See for yourself whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into the tent of the two maidservants, but he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent, but found nothing. Rachel said to her father, "Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence. I'm having my period." So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to task. "What is my crime?" he asked Laban. "What sin have I committed that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household? Put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the two of us. I have been with you for 20 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten rams from your flocks. I did not bring you animals torn by wild beasts. I bore the loss myself, and you demand payment from me for whatever was stolen by day or night. This was my situation. The heat consumed me in the daytime, and the cold at night, and sleep fled from my eyes. It was like this for the 20 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flocks. And you changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham and the God of my father, the God of Abraham and the fear of Isaac had not been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you." Laban answered Jacob, "The women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine. Yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine, or about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us." So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives, "Gather some stones." So they took some stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there and by the heap. Laban called it Jegar Sahadutha. There's a footnote that says it means witness heap. Anyway, I lost my place. Alright. And Jacob called it Gilead, which means, I guess it means that too. Okay. Laban said, "This heap is a witness between you and me today. That is why it is called Gilead. It was also called Mizpah because he said, 'May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me.'" Laban also said to Jacob, "Here is this heap, and here is this pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness. But I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a meal. After they had eaten, they spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned home. All right. That was Genesis 31. Yeah. So, just continuing with story and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, because I'm learning this as well, and stuff like that. And some of the story, I'm a little bit ahead about like 2 chapters. I'm as of this recording, I'm through 33. I finished 33, and I'm like, dang man, that's some messed up stuff that the people take that Jacob does, and stuff like that. Esau got shafted from his birthright, and what was the other thing? I had the blessing from Isaac, but it just be like that, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, that was Genesis 32. Wait, no, 31. And as I said before, check out the playlist if you want. And yeah, that'll be it for this one. Hey, alright. How's it going? Alright. So, you're welcome to another video on in my NIV NIV translation Bible reading. And just to be clear, all the texts that I read are going to be what is considered they're applicable to Christianity. They are seen as valid as in Christian as part of Christianity, and stuff like that. I don't know if what other subsects or anything else these apply to. I just know that they are valid to Christianity and stuff. So I'm a Christian. Anyway, but yeah, in this right now I'm going through Genesis, one chapter per video at a time, and yeah, in this video I'm going to be doing chapter 32, Genesis 32, and yeah, so in chapter 31, what's it called? Jacob fled from the land of Laban, and Laban tracked him down, and they agreed to not harm each other, and they just parted ways. In this next chapter, Jacob is going to be another reunion. Jacob's going to be meeting up with his brother Esau after all the long time that is after being separated for a long time. Anyway, let's get into it. Jacob also went on his way, and the angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is the camp of God," so he named that place Mahanaim. And apparently that means two camps. Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir. The country of Edom. He instructed them, "This is what you are to say to my master Esau. Your servant Jacob says, I have been staying with Laban and have remained there till now. I have cattle and donkeys, sheep and goats, manservants and maidservants. Now I am sending this message to my lord that I may find favor in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, "We went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." In great fear and distress, Jacob divided his people who were with him into two groups, and the flocks and herds and camels as well. He thought, if Esau comes and attacks one group, the group that is left may escape. Then Jacob prayed, "O God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, O Lord, who said to me, 'Go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper,' I am unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness you have shown your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become two groups. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid he will come and attack me, and also the mothers with their children. But you have said, I will surely make you prosper, and will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted." He spent the night there, and from what he had with him he selected a gift for his brother Esau: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels with their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put them in the care of his servants, each herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go ahead of me and keep some space between the herds." He instructed the one in the lead, "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, 'To whom do you belong, and where are you going, and who owns all these animals in front of you?' then you are to say, 'They belong to your servant Jacob, and they are a gift sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us.'" He also instructed the second, the third, and all the others who followed the herds, "You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and be sure to say, 'Your servant Jacob is coming behind us,' for he thought, 'I will pacify him with these gifts I am sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me.' So Jacob's gifts went on ahead of him, and he himself spent the night in the camp. That night Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 maidservants, and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. After he had sent them across the stream, he sent over all his possessions, so Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip so that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man. Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." The man asked him, "What is your name?" "Jacob," he answered. And the man said, Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with men and have overcome." Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." He replied, "Why do you ask my name?" And he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, "It is because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared." The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore, this day the Israelites did not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip, because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. Yeah, see, sometimes I'm gonna have to bring that up with like my pastor next time I see him this on Sunday, because that passage about where he like this whole thing where he wrestles with God. From what I understand, God had no earthly flesh, no earthly representative, or did not show up in the flesh. Like as a man until Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ is God, the whole Holy Trinity thing, where you have the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. and stuff like that. So I'm gonna have to talk to my pastor about that. Because perhaps the wording is just it's meant to mean something else, and it might be like a translation thing. I don't know. And that passage kind of throws me off a little bit. I mean, of course, it's not enough to get rid of like my faith or whatever. Like, oh yeah, this passage is like. At the end of the day, God could do whatever He wants, you know, and stuff like that. But I'm definitely gonna. You know, God is omniscient at a time. You know, God could do whatever. You know, but I am gonna have to ask about that. You know, see, I want to ask about that and see what my pastors have to say. So, but yeah, that was Genesis 32. And if you have an answer or something to comment about my that passage that kind of threw me off or whatever that I spoke of, please put it down in the comments. You know, and yeah. That's it. I'm out. Yeah, man, I'm kind of hungry. Fuck. Welcome to another video in my Bible reading series, the NIV translation. I am a Christian, so all this will be all the videos in this series will apply to all the books covered and stuff like that. Will be things that are valid to Christianity and stuff like that. And yeah, in this video, I'm gonna be reading through Genesis chapter 33, and check out the plate. Looking sound. Anyway, all right. Yeah. Check out the playlist. That's in the top right corner, and that shows up in the top right corner in the first few seconds. Hey, stop. And yeah. If you click in the icon thing, it's in the first few seconds. It'll pull up the playlist. You click it, follow through all the stuff that I've done so far. And yeah, let's just get into it. Genesis chapter 33. I lied, I'm not going to get straight into it. So yeah, in the chapter 32, Jacob begins to see Esau starts the journey to meet his brother Esau in Edom, I believe. And then he finds that Esau's bringing like 400 men with him, and he's like, "Dang, man, you know, is this man gonna kill me?" And or something like that. And so he splits all his stuff into like three, I think, into like multiple groups, you know, and stuff like that. But and yeah, and then he wrestles with God or something like that. Which, you know, that's still on my mind from the last video that I just recorded a few minutes ago. Not even a few minutes, but anyway. Chapter 33. Now I'm getting into it. Jacob looked up, and there was Esau coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the two maidservants. He put the maidservants and their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph in the rear. He himself went on ahead and bowed down to the ground 7 times as he approached his brother. But Esau ran to meet Jacob and embraced him. He threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Then Esau looked up and saw the woman and children. "Who are these with you?" he asked. Jacob answered, "They are the children God has graciously given your servant." Then the maidservants and their children approached and bowed down. Next Leah and her children came and bowed down. Last of all came Joseph and Rachel, and they too bowed down. Esau asked, "What do you mean by all these droves I met?" "To find favor in your eyes, my lord," he said. But Esau said, I already have plenty, my brother. Keep what you have for yourself." "No, please," said Jacob. If I have found favor in your eyes, accept this gift from me, for to see your face is like seeing the face of God." I think I cut that off. Oh, "Now that you have received me favorably, please accept the present that was brought to you. For God has been gracious to me, and I have all that I need." And because Jacob insisted, Esau accepted it. Then Esau said, "Let us be on our way. I'll accompany you." But Jacob said to him, "My lord knows that the children are tender, and that I must care for the ewes and cows that are nursing their young. If they are driven hard, just one day all the animals will die. So let my lord go on ahead of his servant, while I move along slowly at the pace of the droves before me and that of the children, until I come to my lord in Seir." Esau said, "Then let me have some of my men with you. Let me leave some of my men with you." "But why do that?" Jacob asked. "Just let me find favor in the eyes of my lord." So that day Esau started on his way back to Seir. Jacob, however, went to Succoth, where he built a place for himself and made shelters for his livestock. That is why the place is called Succoth, and apparently that means shelters. After Jacob came from Paddan Aram, he arrived safely at the city of Shechem in Canaan, and camped within sight of the city. For 100 pieces of silver he bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plot of ground where he pitched his tent, where he set up an altar and called it El Elohe Israel. And that supposedly means God, the God of Israel, or mighty is the God of Israel. Alright. Let me see. I read all the way up to 34. Okay. Alright, yeah, that was 33. And, yeah, I ain't got nothing to say about that. Hope you enjoyed, and I'm out. Alright, welcome. I'm here with bringing another video in the Genesis. I guess, yeah, it's the Genesis, the reading on Genesis. Yeah, basically, I'm reading. My goal is to read through the entire Bible, both the New and Old, both the New and Old Testaments, and have it all on recorded on video, one chapter per section. One chapter per video, stuff like that. And I read the chapters first, and then on my own, and then I read it on a video. So I'm going as anyway, I'm going through it, stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, I'm on Genesis right now, but I haven't read all through all Genesis. I'm only up through the chapter that this video is, as of the recording. Chapter 34. I'm gonna be reading through Genesis chapter 4 that I read early, maybe an hour ago, for the first time. Anyway, yeah, this series, as of course, is I'm a Christian, so these are the books that are recognized uh, by Christianity. Like as far as I know, there are other books that aren't considered um, valid as part of Christianity. Like I think the 1689. I'm reading there's this thing called the London Baptist Confession of 1689, and I'm learning about that in my church right now, and it said there. I remember it listed basically it's like a church doctrine that clarifies what is believed and what is and stuff like that. In many cases, what is not. So like I think like the first maybe like the first or second chapter, it lists the books that are accepted, and it lists there was one book that wasn't, or at least one that I remember what there wasn't. Like this, they're like this is not. It says this is not part of. This is not accepted. Yeah. So I want to make sure. So this is the NIV translation. If I haven't said this already. Yeah. In the previous chapter, chapter 33, Jacob, met Esau, and then Esau, was like, oh yeah, he was really happy to see him, and then Jacob was just like, nah, man, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go to what's it called, Seir and stuff like that. Just gonna go to some other place. I don't know why. I guess he just didn't want to spend more time with his brother. I don't know. But now in chapter 34, it's going to be talking about uh, a great a quarrel happens. It's something that's not in this new land that Jacob and his relatives are in. We'll just get into that. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, had borne to Jacob, who had been. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, had borne to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor the Hivite, ruler of that area, saw her, he took her and violated her. His heart was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob, and he loved the girl and spoke tenderly to her. And Shechem said to his father Hamor, get me this, or Hamor, get me this girl as my wife. When Jacob heard that his daughter Dinah had been defiled, his sons were in the fields with his livestock, so he kept quiet about it until they came home. Then Shechem's father Hamor went out to talk with Jacob. Now Jacob's sons had come in from the fields. As soon as they heard what had happened, they were filled with grief and fury because Shechem had done a disgraceful thing against Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, a thing that should not be done. But Hamor said to them, my son Shechem has his heart set on your daughter. Please give her to him as his wife. Intermarry with us. Give us your daughters and take our daughters for yourselves. You can settle among us the land. Settle among us. The land is open to you. Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it. Then Shechem said to Dinah's father and brothers, let me find favor in your eyes, and I will give you whatever you ask. Make the price for the bride and the gift I am to bring as great as you like, and I'll pay whatever you ask me. Only give me the girl as my wife. Because their sister Dinah had been defiled, Jacob's sons replied deceitfully as they spoke to Shechem and his father Hamor. They said to them, we can't do such a thing. We can't give our sister to a man who is not circumcised. That would be a disgrace to us. We will give our consent to you on one condition only, that you become like us by circumcising all your males. Then we will give out you our daughters and take your daughters for ourselves. We'll settle among you and become one people with you. But if you will not agree to be circumcised, we'll take our sister and go. Their proposal seemed good to Hamor and his son Shechem. The young man, who was the most honored of all his father's household, lost no time in doing what they said. Because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter, so Hamor And his son Shechem went to the gate of their city to speak to their fellow townsmen. These men are friendly toward us, they said. Let them live in our land and trade in it. The land has plenty of room for them. We can marry their daughters and they can marry ours, but the men will consent to live with us as one people only in the condition that our males be circumcised as they themselves are. Won't their livestock, their property, and all their other animals become ours? So let us give our consent to them, and they will settle among us. All the men who went out of the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male in the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all of them were still in pain, two of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city, killing every male. They put Hamor and his son Shechem to the sword and took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. The sons of Jacob came upon the dead bodies and looted the city where their sister had been defiled. They seized their flocks and herds and donkeys and everything else of theirs in the city and out in the fields. They carried off all their wealth and all their women and children, taking as plunder everything in the houses. And then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, You have brought trouble on me by making me a stench to the Canaanites and Perizzites, people living in this land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed. But they replied, Should he have treated our sister like a prostitute? That is Genesis 34. That's crazy, man. Defiled how exactly? I'm curious. Did he rape her or something? I don't know. That's crazy. So, murdered every male in the town after that, man. They're wild, man. That's crazy. Anyway. Anyway, that was Genesis 34, and I really ain't got much else to say, so, besides, check out the playlist if you want to see more, and, yeah, I'm actually curious, so, if you guys if you're watching this, I would like you to it'd be nice if you could comment, just for me to see. I want to see, like, well, I mean, no, never mind, that wouldn't work, because you wouldn't need to do that, because I was thinking, it's interesting to see, like, imagine, like, 10 years from now, like, this thing just gets, like, someone just finds this video somehow, it'd be interesting to see, but then I figured, I'd be able to tell if people are watching just by going through the YouTube Studio app, so I don't need to leave a comment saying, oh yeah, it says I'm watching it, I saw this in, like, 2085 or something. 2085, that's crazy, man. I'm probably not even gonna be alive at 2085. 85 years old, man. Oh, that's crazy. 2085. That is wild. But anyway, I'm tired. I'm about to go take a nap before I go give plasma. Anyway, yeah, I'm out. Alright. Welcome. To another episode of the Bible reading in my Bible reading series. Going through Genesis right now, doing the NIV translation, and I think Genesis 35 is going to be the one for this video. I'm basically reading through the Bible one chapter per video at a time, and occasionally there'll be two. But Yeah, check out the playlist if you want. That's in the right hand corner of the first few seconds of the video. And yeah, all right. Let's get into this. Genesis chapter 35. Then God said to Jacob, "Go up to Bethel and settle there, and build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau." So Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, "Get rid of the foreign gods you have with you, and purify yourselves, and change your clothes. Then come, let us go up to Bethel, where I will build an altar to God, who answered me in the way in the day of my distress, and who has been with me wherever I have gone." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods they had and the rings in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak at Shechem. Then they set out, and the terror of God fell upon the towns all around them, so that no one pursued them. Jacob and all the people with him came to Luz, that is Bethel, in the land of Canaan. There he built an altar, and he called the place El Bethel, because it was there that God revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from his brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and was buried under the oak below Bethel, so it was named Elon Bakuth. After Jacob returned from Paddan Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel." So he named him Israel. And God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and increase in number. A nation and a community of nations will come from you, and kings will come from your body. The land I gave to Abraham and Isaac I also give to you, and I will give this land to your descendants after you." Then God went up from him at the place where he had talked with him. Jacob set up a stone pillar at the place where God had talked with him, and he poured out a drink offering on it. He also poured oil on it. Jacob called the place where God had talked with him Bethel. When they moved on from Bethel, then they moved on from Bethel. While they were still some distance away from Ephrath, Rachel began to give birth and had great difficulty. And as she was having great difficulty in childbirth, the midwife said to her, "Don't be afraid, for you have another son." As she breathed her last, for she was dying, she named her son Ben-Oni, but his father named him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. Over her tomb, Jacob set up a pillar, and to this day that pillar marks Rachel's tomb. Israel moved on again and pitched his tent beyond Migdal Eder. While Israel was living in that region, Reuben went in and slept with his father's concubine, Bilhah, and Israel heard of it. I think Israel is one of Jacob's sons or something. Jacob had 12 sons. The sons of Leah, Reuben the firstborn of Jacob, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. And then the sons of Rachel are Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Rachel's maidservant Bilhah are Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Leah's maidservant Zilpah, Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Paddan Aram. Jacob came home to his father Isaac in Mamre, near Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years. Then he breathed his last and died and was gathered to his people, old and full of years, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Alright, that was chapter 35 of Genesis. I really don't have much to say about that. So, yeah, that's the end, and I'm out. Alright, welcome to another video, and Yeah, it this is my Bible reading series, and right now I'm going through Genesis. I'm using the NIV, which stands for a New International Version translation, and yeah, gonna be doing Genesis 36 in this video. This is a pretty dry chapter. Like, I don't know about the people watching this, but whenever like lineages and stuff and like lineages, stuff like lineages and stuff like that just start getting rattled off or listed, my brain kind of just starts turning off and just not listening. But it's still important that this is documented. You know what I'm saying? The record still is still important that the record is there. So I still have to do it. I can't just skip it, you know, because I read it on my own. I did just skip it, you know. It's gonna be talking about Esau's descendants and let me see, skim through here. Yeah. Let me see. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be Genesis. Yeah. Okay, so let's just get into it. Not much I'm gonna really be commentating on this. Um, yeah, it's just gonna be some family tree stuff, pretty much. Make sure I'm in frame. Right. This is the account of Esau, that is Edom. Esau took his wives from the women of Canaan: Ada, daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, daughter of Anna, and granddaughter of Zibeon the Hivite. Also Basemath, daughter of Ishmael, and sister of Nebaioth. Ada bore Eliphaz to Esau. Basemath bore Ruel, and Oholibamah bore Jewish, Jalam, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau who were born to him in Canaan. Esau took his wives and sons and daughters and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock and all his other animals and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distance from his brother Jacob. Their possessions were too great for them to remain together. The land where they were staying could not support them both because of their livestock. So Esau, that is Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Esau's wife Ada, and Ruel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Eliphaz: Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Esau's son Eliphaz also had a concubine named Timnah, who bore him Amalek. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Ada. The sons of Ruel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anna and granddaughter of Zibeon, whom she bore to Esau: Jush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs among Esau's descendants. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau: chiefs Teman, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. These were the chiefs descended from Eliphaz and Edom. They were grandsons of Ada. The sons of Esau's son Ruel: chiefs Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the chiefs descended from Ruel and Edom. They were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The son of Esau's wife Oholibamah: chiefs Jush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs descended from Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anna. These were the sons of Esau, that is Edom, and these were their chiefs. These were the sons of Seir the Horite, who were living in the region: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishon. These sons of Seir and Edom were Horite chiefs. The sons of Lotan: Hore and Homam. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal: Alvan, Manahath, Abel, Shefna, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon, Aiah and Anna. This is the Anna who discovered the hot springs in the desert while he was grazing the donkeys of his father Zibeon. The children of Anna, Dishon and Oholibamah, daughter of Anna. The sons of Dishon, Himdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Keran. The sons of Ezer, Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. The sons of Dishon, Uz and Aran. These were the Horite chiefs. Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishon. These were the Horite chiefs according to their divisions in the land of Seir. The rulers of Edom. These were the kings who reigned in Edom before any Israelite king reigned. Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dinhabah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah, from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Jobab died, Husham, from the land of the Temanites, succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Semlah from Masrekah succeeded him as king. When Semlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of the Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Metred, the daughter of Mezahab. These were the chiefs descended from Esau, by name according to their clans and regions: Timnah, Elva, Jatheth, Oholibamah, Reha, Tepinan, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzar, Magdiel, and Aram. These were the chiefs of Edom according to their settlements and the land they occupied. This was Esau, the father of the Edomites. Alright! Wow! Alright. Next chapter we'll get into something more interesting. With Joseph and his dreams and stuff. The next 3 chapters are pretty fresh. Some more story-oriented stuff. Oh, the next, 4. So yeah, 37, 38, 39, 40. Yeah, 37 through 40. Because I haven't read past 40 at the time of this recording. But yeah. It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Alright. That's it. Okay. Welcome. Back to another video of my Bible reading series. The NIV translation stands for New International Version. I'm on Genesis right now, and slowly working my way through it, and one chapter at a time. You get this video is going to be on chapter 37, and in the last chapter, it went through Esau's lineage, and in chapter 37, we're gonna the lens is gonna change back to Joseph, and yeah, you know, it's getting interesting, you know. It's like, I mean, it's been interesting to me, you know, for the most part, you know, and stuff. I'm more interested in like the story and the laws that are conveyed through the stories and stuff like that, rather than the lineage stuff. But nonetheless, it is important. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna get into Genesis chapter 37, and yeah. Oh, check out the playlist if you want in the top right corner. In the first few seconds of the video, you can click that. It'll open up a little mini thing, and then you can see my playlist. and then go through all the stuff that I've recorded so far. You know, it's gonna be it's a 3-year project I'm doing right now, and because that's how long it's gonna take. Cause I want this whole thing read aloud by me. You know, and I do one chapter at a time, and yeah, well, sometimes occasionally too, but yeah, as I've said a lot previously, and yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of, okay, so just side note here. If you happen to be watching this and you're a Dragon Ball fan or a Naruto fan like me, you know, I love my boy Naruto. Oh man, make me cry. Anyway, I'm thinking about trying to do, because there's this text-to-speech bot site I found, and I might try. Oh, anyway, yeah, I might try to get all of Genesis, like, well, not, well, at least all of Genesis, but I might try to get the Bible read by Naruto or like Frieza, because they have those voices. I would like Goku, but Naruto is, you know, Naruto's my main priority. Like I wouldn't, like I don't have much time to do that, so I might just do the whole. I might try and just copy and paste all of Genesis. Yeah, copy and paste all of Genesis, and into the text to speech bot, and let it work as it is, and stuff like that. And so I'll have one video Genesis, and then the other video, like one video on each book perhaps, because like Philemon or like Jude, I could get that in one video, but all of Genesis, I don't know if the text to speech bot is gonna go through all that, but I have to work it out. But I might do that. But anyway, that could be cool. Get all the weebs in there, because I know that you know, there's a big audience. You know, a lot of motherfuckers like Naruto. Naruto is one of the big three, man. You know, I wish there was a Rock Lee text to speech, man. I would love to hear Rock Lee reading the Bible. But I love a boy Rock Lee anyway. But yeah, we'll see. It depends on how good the text to speech bot is and stuff like that. Like, man, if I had the money, to be honest, I probably would pay Mel Flanagan to audibly read the Bible, read the whole thing to me, and then I could post that and be like, wow, you know, because then she could like do the tone, she could feel the tone and stuff like that, you know, and like, yeah, and stuff like that. Yeah, that'd be awesome. But I doubt that she would do it. But and even if I were to pay her like a ridiculous amount of money, I think it'd be worth it. But if I even had that money, to be honest, I ain't got money. I'm broke. Well, I'm not broke, but like I'm surviving, and you know, I can handle a moderate expense, but like I ain't no rich man. I ain't living in like mansions or nothing. I got a job just like everyone else, just like every other adult who is a functioning member of society. All right, but anyway, yeah, let's just get into Genesis 37. Jacob lived in the land where his father had stayed, and the land of Canaan. This is the account of Jacob. Joseph, a young man of 17, was tending the flocks with his brothers, the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah. And Bilhah and Zilpah were the maidservants, I think, yeah, of Rachel and Leah, respectively, I think. His father and Zilpah, his father's wives, and he brought their father a bad report about them. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, because he had borne him in his old age, and he made a richly ornamented robe for him. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream I had. We were binding sheaves of grain out in the field when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered around mine and bowed down to it." His brothers said to him, Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us?" And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said. Then he had another dream, and he told it to his brothers. "Listen," he said, "I had another dream, and this time the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When he told his father as well as his brothers, his father rebuked him and said, "What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" His brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Now his brothers had gone to graze their father's flock near Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "As you know, your brothers are grazing the flocks near Shechem. Come, I am going to send you to them." "Very well," he replied. So he said to him, "Go and see if all is well with your brothers and with the flocks, and bring word back to me." Then he sent him off from the valley of Hebron. When Joseph arrived at Shechem, a man found him wandering around in the fields and asked him, "What are you looking for?" He replied, "I'm looking for my brothers. Can you tell me where they are grazing their flocks?" "They have moved on from here," the man answered. "I heard them say, let's go to Dothan." So Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan, but they saw him in the distance, and before he reached them, they plotted to kill him. "Here comes that dreamer," they said to each other. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of these cisterns and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." When Reuben heard this, he tried to rescue him from their hands. "Let's not take his life," he said. "Don't shed any blood. Throw him into the cistern here in the desert, but don't lay a hand on him." Reuben said this to rescue him from them and take him back to his father. So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of his robe, the richly ornamented robe he was wearing, and they took him and threw him into the cistern. Now the cistern was empty, there was no water in it. As they sat down to eat their meal, they looked up and saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead. Their camels were loaded with spices, balm, and myrrh, and they were on their way to take them down to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." His brothers agreed. So when the Midianite merchants came by, his brothers pulled Joseph up out of the cistern and sold him for 20 shekels. And there's a footnote that says that is about 8 ounces or 0.2 kilograms. I lost it again. All right. Of silver to the Ishmaelites who took him from Egypt. When Reuben returned to the cistern and saw that Joseph was not there, he tore his clothes. He went back to his brothers and said, "The boy isn't there. Where can I turn now?" Then they got Joseph's robe, slaughtered a goat, and dripped the robe in the blood. They took the ornamented robe back to their father and said, "We found this. Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Then Jacob tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. "No," he said, "in mourning will I go down to the grave to my son." So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Alright, that was Genesis chapter 37. And the next chapter, it only continues in the next chapter, man, Getting into the famous story, or into the well-known story, about Joseph Joseph in Egypt, getting sold it by his brothers in Egypt, and stuff like that. And he ends up doing a bunch of other stuff that I won't get into yet. And yeah, all right, that's the end. Next chapter, Genesis 38, of course. But yeah, that's it. Okay, okay. I'll hopefully catch you in the next one. Welcome. I'm in frame. Alright. Welcome to another episode in my Genesis read through. This I am reading through I am using the translation I'm using is the NIV. It stands for New International Version. And yeah, check out the playlist if you want of all the Bible that I have covered so far. At the time of this recording, I have done all the way to all the way through Genesis chapter 37, and today I'm doing chapter 38. If I didn't already explain that, and I don't know, it's the middle of the night. I don't remember. Yeah, I guess that's normal for me though. So it's like, because I work night shift, but I'm off. So getting in my videos as normal and stuff like that. And yeah, let's just well, I guess I could recap. All right, so last chapter, Joseph talked about his dreams to his brothers, about how they're gonna submit to him, how they were like submitting to him, and the stars and the sun and the moon and stuff like that. And then the brother, and talking about how Israel / Jacob loved Joseph the most because it's his most recently born son, and all that combined, the brothers were jealous of him, so they were going to kill him, but they decided to sell him in the end, and then and now Joseph has been moving along the slave trading chain, and now he wound up. We're gonna see where he wound up. So far, I guess, yeah. So Genesis chapter 38. All right. At that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. Wait, hold on. Scratch that. We're not going to hear about Joseph, where Joseph ended up until 39. This is going to be the account of one of I think Judah is one of his other brothers, right? Let me see. So the sons of Leah, yeah, Judah. Okay, yeah. So Judah was a son of Leah, which is, I guess that's Jacob / Israel's wife, or one of them, and yeah. So this is going to be the story of Judah and Tamar, or a story at least. All right. I don't know if they're mentioned anymore throughout this because I haven't read through it 100%. But okay, at that time Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. He married her and lay with her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son who was named She conceived again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kezer that she gave birth to him. Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight. So the Lord put him to death. Then Judah said to Onan, lie with your brother's wife, and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to produce offspring for your brother. But Onan knew that the offspring would not be his. So whenever he lay with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from producing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight, so he put him to death. Also, Judah then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, live as a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah grows up, for he thought he may die too, just like his brothers. So Tamar went to live in her father's house. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnah to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hira the Adullamite went with them. When Tamar was told, your father-in-law was on his way to Timnah to shear his sheep, she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disguise herself, and then sat down at the entrance to Enaim, which is on the road to Timnah, for she saw that though Shelah had now grown up, she had not been given to him as his wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face. Not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law, he went over to her by the roadside and said, come now, let me sleep with you. And what will you give me to sleep with you? She asked. I'll send you a young goat from my flock, he said. Will you give me something as a pledge until you send it? She asked. He said, what pledge should I give you? Your seal and its cord, and the staff in your hand. She answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. After she left, she took off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend the Adullamite in order to get his pledge back from the woman, but he did not find her. He asked the men who lived there, where is the shrine prostitute who was beside the road at Enaim? There hasn't been any shrine prostitute here, they said. So he went back to Judah and said, I didn't find her. Besides, the men who lived there said, there hasn't been any shrine prostitute here. Then Judah said, let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughingstock. After all, I did send her this young goat, but you didn't find her. About 3 months later, Judah was told, your daughter-in-law Tamar is guilty of prostitution, and as a result she is now pregnant. Judah said, bring her out and have her burned to death. As she was being brought out, she sent a message to her father-in-law. I am pregnant by the man who owns these, she said, and she added, see if you recognize whose seal and cord and staff these are. Judah recognized her and said, she is more righteous than I, since I wouldn't give her to my son Shelah, and he did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb, and as she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand. So the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it on his wrist, and said, this one came out first. But when he drew back his hand, his brother came out, and she said, so this is how you have broken out. And he was named Perez. Then his brother, who had the scarlet thread on his wrist, came out, and he was given the name Zerah. All right, interesting story. A lot of sinful stuff, but yeah, it be like that sometimes. Man is sinful ever since the fall with Adam, and perfection is not really. It's something that should be strived for. This is my stance right now. Perfection it could change. But perfection is something that you should strive for, I think. But it's not, at the same time, it's not something you can attain. It's just how it is. And stuff like that. Every nobody but Jesus Christ is sinless. We all, because see, if we were all sinless, then the fact that Jesus would be sinless would mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? It devalues Jesus. It would devalue. Jesus would not have value at all, really, except that, I guess he would still be from heaven or whatever. But the fact that Jesus was and still is sinless. That's the idea, is that he is perfect, and all we can do is try our best to imitate him. So I think perfection should be strived for, and perfection according to the law, to the scriptures, and according to God's, what God wants, and wants, and stuff like that. And I was just thinking about that, and stuff like that. Of course, Judah shouldn't have, had sex with her, and she shouldn't have enticed him and done that wicked thing. But that's all I got to say there. And stuff like that. Okay, one of the main things is that you gotta have faith in Christ and stuff like that. I guess in the Old Testament, this is like the Genesis time, so faith in God and stuff like that. And I thought about this. I was told about this because that's an interesting topic. Before Christ came, what, there was no Christ to believe in, really. You believed in God, sure, and you were saved through Jesus Christ, or I guess Christians and stuff who are saved and stuff like that. They're saved through Christ, and stuff like that, and because Christ died for our sins. And from what I understand, before Christ came, the idea that you believe in God and you believe in the coming Messiah and you believe in Jesus Christ's coming. That's what I've been heard and stuff like that, and that's what I've been thinking about as well, and that's what I think my pastor brought up. I think like at some point, I don't remember when exactly, of course, but he brought that up, and I was like, wow, okay, that makes sense, and stuff like that. So anyway, that was Genesis chapter 38, I think. And then now, next chapter, we're going to be getting into Joseph again. The next, at least 2 chapters. All right. Welcome to another episode of my Bible reading, in a New International Version Bible reading series. I'm on Genesis right now. In this chapter, I'm going to be reading through chapter 39. All right, 39. Yeah. All right. This about time about in the last chapter. It was a story, but it was a story about one of Israel's sons, Judah, and an event with and some stuff with his family and stuff. And then now in chapter 39, we're going back to Joseph's story of where he ended up after being sold by his brothers into slavery because of their jealousy and stuff. Anyway, let's get into it. All right. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt. Potiphar, an Egyptian who was one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, brought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he prospered, and he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. When his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord gave him success in everything he did, Joseph found favor in his eyes and became his attendant. Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned. From the time he put him in charge of his household and of all that he owned, the Lord blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So he left in Joseph's care everything he had. With Joseph in charge, he did not concern himself with anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome, and after a while his master's wife took notice of Joseph and said, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. With me in charge, he refused. With me in charge, he told her, "My master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. Now then, how then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" And though she spoke to Joseph day after day, he refused to go to bed with her or even be with her. One day he went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants was inside. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me." But he left me. Come to bed with me. But he left his cloak in her hand, and he ran out of the house. When she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand and had run out of the house, she called her household servants. "Look," she said to them, "this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." She kept his cloak beside her until his master came home, and then she told him this story. "That Hebrew slave you brought us came to me to make sport of me, but as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." Then when his master heard the story, his wife told him, saying, "This is how your slave treated me." He burned with anger. Joseph's master took him and put him in prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. But while Joseph was there in the prison, the Lord was with him. He showed him kindness and granted him favor in the eyes of the prison warden. So the warden put Joseph in charge of all those held in the prison. He was made responsible for all that was done there. The warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care, because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Right. Yeah. So, and yeah, there's nothing much to say there. Joseph was blessed by God. Yeah, he was favored in the eyes of God. And then chapter 41. Not 41. Chapter 40 is going to keep going into that. It's going to continue the story. It's story and stuff like that. And there's going to be some more dreams. This time Jacob's going to be the interpreter, not the interpret. He's going to be interpreting dreams. And see how that goes in the next video. Or you could just, grab a Bible and look at it. So. But, well, yeah, that was Genesis chapter 40, and check out the playlist in the top right-hand corner of the first few seconds of the video that shows up. There's a little card. Click on it, and then click on the little playlist. It'll go through. You'll be able to see every single chapter that I've covered, and I plan to have Genesis done in the next week, maybe week or two. I plan on having Genesis finished, and so I'll have all of Genesis done, and then I'll have to go to Exodus and all that stuff. That's crazy. I haven't even read I've only read a couple passages of Revelation, a couple chapters. I'm pretty early on in my belief, in my journey. But a religious journey that just started pretty much this year, getting heavily into it, and it's great, I only pray that I can, even if I can get one person to accept God through my videos and be the stepping stone that gets that allows them to seek God and and God opens their eyes, and opens their heart to seek Him and stuff like that. I'd be I'd be very grateful if God could use me, like I said, to even bring one person into faith and save them from eternal damnation. That would be amazing, and stuff like that. Just like God used my grandma and my sister and stuff like that to uh to bring me into the light, and hopefully I don't leave or my heart doesn't get hardened. I fear that I always fear that God is gonna put me through some a time of heart hardening, and if that happens, so bad. But because it's part of God's plan, if it's part of God's plan, what am I supposed to do? But it'd be nice if that didn't happen. Either way, I'm doing it. I'm trying to, I guess, minister or whatever, do my part, and yeah, that's trying to spread the word of God. I don't get many views on this, probably because of the YouTube algorithm, and I can't make shorts long enough to get through a whole book, or even a chapter. But yeah. Anyway, that's it. Alright, welcome. This is another episode of my Bible reading series of the New International Version. My sister is sending me a King James student Bible, I think, and at some point I'm gonna have to do a full read through of that. And I'll do that, and get a full video out. But yeah, that'll be another 3 years of my life. For sure. But yeah. Anyway, let's get into it. Wait, hold on. I didn't even say. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, yeah. All right, check out the playlist, top right hand corner of in the beginning of the video, and in this video I'm doing Genesis chapter 40. The last chapter talked about Joseph and where he ended up after being sold into slavery by his brothers, and basically he ended up being the slave of some high-ranking Egyptian or something like that, and he ended up being the whole leader of the house because God favored him and doing everything that he did. So the whole household was blessed. The Egyptian man's wife wanted to sleep with him because he was like good looking and stuff. But he said no because he was a guy. So she basically framed him and lied and said that he was trying to sleep with her when it was the exact opposite. And now he's in jail. But then Joseph became like the same situation occurred in prison. He was put in charge of everything. So I think that's continuing here. Sometime later, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt offended their master, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard in the same prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph, and he attended them. After they had been in custody for some time, each of the two men, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were being held in prison, had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. When Joseph came to them the next morning, he saw that they were dejected, so he asked Pharaoh's officials who were in custody with him in his master's house, "Why are your faces so sad today?" "We both had dreams," they answered, "but there is no one to interpret them." Then Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." So the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream. He said to him, "In my dream I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand. This is what it means." Joseph said to him, "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, and just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer. But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this prison, for I was forcibly carried off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given a favorable interpretation, he said to Joseph, "I too had a dream. One on my head were 3 baskets of bread, and the top basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh. But the birds were eating them out of the basket on my hand. This is what it means," Joseph said. "The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will lift off your head and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat away your flesh." Now the 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all his officials. He lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the he lifted up the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officials. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position, so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The chief cupbearer, however, did not remember Joseph. He forgot him. Yeah. So, more dream stuff. And in the next chapter, supposedly, I haven't read chapter 41 yet, but based on the little headings I have in my student Bible, I have it says its heading is Pharaoh's dreams. So yeah. Anyway, I'll go through that in the next video. It'll probably be a week from the time this is uploaded or something like that, because I usually don't have time to upload on my work days. So I have to wait till my off days. But I think next week I only have 2 days off instead of 3. We'll see. I don't know. I might be asked to work or something like that. Even more, to be honest. But we'll see. Alright. But yeah. That's it. I'm out. Alright. Welcome to another video. And this is another video in my NIV Bible read through. Right? I'm on Genesis 41 in this video. And let me turn to it. Yeah, so in the last chapter, Yeah, in the last chapter, it was the story of the cupbearer and the baker. You know, there was some dreams. They had some dreams. Joseph was like, "Oh yeah, the baker, you're gonna die," and then the cupbearer, you're gonna be restored to your position, and whatever, they were in prison or something. And yeah, so I mean, this is my NIV read through and stuff like that. One chapter per video on, like I said, on Genesis. If you want to check out the playlist, in the first few seconds of the video, there's a thing in the top right corner. Click it, and then click the little square. It'll take you to the playlist of everything that I've read so far. And uh, yeah, you know, and stuff like that. But I might have to come back to these videos at some point. Because stop licking, ruining my video. It's your noise. Anyway, yeah. So, cause I'm gonna be doing a King James version as like years down the road. Cause my sister just got me the new King James version student Bible. Stop. Yeah. So getting into Genesis 41. When 2 full years had passed, Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile when out of the river came up 7 cows, sleek and fat, and they grazed among the reeds. After them, 7 other cows, ugly and gaunt, came up out of the Nile and stood beside those on the river bank. And the cows that were ugly and gaunt ate up the 7 sleek fat cows. The Pharaoh woke up. Then the Pharaoh woke up. He fell asleep again and had a second dream. 7 heads of grain, healthy and good, were growing on a single stalk. After them, 7 other heads of grain sprouted thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 healthy, full heads. Then Pharaoh woke up. It had been a dream. In the morning, his mind was troubled, so he sent for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt. Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them for him. Then the chief cupbearer said to Pharaoh, "Today I am reminded of my shortcomings. Pharaoh was once angry with his servants, and he imprisoned me and the chief baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. Now a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them for us, giving each man the interpretation of his dream, and things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I was restored to my position, and the other man was hanged." So Pharaoh sent for Joseph, and he was quickly brought from the dungeon. When he had shaved and changed his clothes, he came before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I had a dream, and no one can interpret it, but I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it." "I cannot do it," Joseph replied to Pharaoh, "but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "In my dream I was standing on the bank of the Nile when out of the river there came up 7 cows, fat and sleek, and they grazed among the reeds. After them 7 other cows came up, scrawny and very ugly and lean. I had never seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt. The lean, ugly cows ate up the 7 fat cows that came up first, but even after they ate them, no one could tell that they had done so. So they looked just as ugly as before. Then I woke up. In my dreams, I also saw 7 heads of grain, full and good, growing on a single stalk. After them, 7 other heads sprouted, withered and thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 good heads. I told this to the magicians, but none could explain it to me." Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, "The dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same. The God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. It is one and the same. came up afterwards. And so are the seven worthless. Okay, so the seven lean, ugly, the seven lean, ugly cows that came up afterward are 7 years, and so are the seven worthless heads of grain scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine. It is just as I said to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh that what he is about to do. 7 years of great abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt, but 7 years of famine will follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows it will be so severe. The reason that the dream was given to Pharaoh in two forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissions over the land to take a fifth of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the countries to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine. The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials, so Pharaoh asked them, "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and men shouted before him, "Make way!" Thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, but without your word no one will lift hand or foot in all of Egypt." Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Zaphenath-Paneah, and gave him Asenath, daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, to be his wife, and Joseph went through the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plentifully. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt and stored it in the cities. In each city he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain, like the sand of the sea. It was hurried out and looked for a place to weep. Oh, I skipped a page. It was so much that he stopped keeping records because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potipharah, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh and said, "It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." The second son he named Ephraim and said, "It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began. Just as Joseph had said, there was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians, Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." When the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout Egypt, and all the countries came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe in all the world. All right, that was Genesis 41, and in the next chapter they're gonna be Jacob. And his brothers are gonna be looking for grain too, and Joseph kind of messes with him and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll get to that in the next episode. That episode might already be out. By the time, will most likely be out by the time, by the time anyone finds, most people find this, because I really don't, at least not right at the time of this recording, I'm not getting any views on these videos, which is kind of disappointing, because I would like I would like people to hear it and stuff, but it's no big deal, and stuff like that. I'm doing what I can, and stuff. I can only do so much, and I can't really force the algorithm to push my stuff out to people and stuff like that. But yeah, things go according to God's plan, or whatever. Uh, but yeah, that's it. Until next time. Welcome, and to this is another episode in my NIV Bible read through, and yeah, gonna be doing Genesis 42 in this 42 this time. Gonna be reading through it, and if you like the video, what you see, check out the playlist. Feel free to check out, like I said, to check out the playlist. And at the beginning of the video, first few seconds in the top right corner, you can click on that, and then the playlist will be there. And then you click on the playlist, and you can see uh, every chapter in the Bible that I've done so far. And at the time you were watching this video. So yeah, if you want, check that out. And without further ado, oh wait, I guess I could talk a little bit about it. So in the last chapter, Joseph, successfully prepared Egypt for the famine that that was predicted to come uh, after 7 years of abundance. So and stuff like that, and he knew that because he was able to, through the power of God and stuff like that. God gave Pharaoh dreams and that stuff, and then Joseph interpreted them as 7 year abundance, 7 year famine, and then yeah, Joseph prepared accordingly and stuff, and now the famine is hitting, and it's going to be started 42 talks about Joseph's brothers, and originally Joseph's brothers threw him into slavery and stuff because they were jealous of him. Sold him into slavery because they were jealous of him, and stuff like that. And yeah, so it's gonna be going into that. Chapter 42, Genesis. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other?" He continued. "I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, so that we may live and not die." Even though then the 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt, but Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with the others, because he was afraid that harm might come to him. So Israel's sons were among those who went to buy grain, for the famine was Israel's sons were among those who went to buy grain, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. Also, now Joseph was the governor of the land, the one who sold grain to all its people. So when Joseph's brothers arrived, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. As soon as Joseph saw his brothers, he recognized them, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. Then he remembered his dreams about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see where our land is unprotected." No, my lord, they answered. Your servants have come to buy food. We are all the sons of one man. Your servants are honest men, not spies. No, he said to them, you have come to see where our land is unprotected. But they replied, your servants were 12 brothers, the sons of the one man who lives in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more. Joseph said to them, it is just as I told you. You are spies, and this is how you will be tested. As surely as Pharaoh lives, you will not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of your number to get your brother. The rest of you will be kept in prison, so that your words may be tested to see if you are telling the truth. If you are not, then as surely as Pharaoh lives, you are spies. And he put them all in custody for 3 days. On the third day, Joseph said to them, do this, and you will live. For I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers stay here in prison, while the rest of you go and take grain back for your starving households. But you must bring your youngest brother to me, so that your words may be verified, that you may not die. This they proceeded to do. They said to one another, surely we are being punished because of our brother. We saw how distressed he was when he pleaded with us for his life, but we would not listen, and that's why this distress has come upon us. Reuben replied, didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy? But you wouldn't listen. Now we must give an accounting for his blood. They did not realize that Joseph could understand them, since he was using an interpreter. He turned away from them and began to weep, but then turned back and spoke to them again. He had Simeon taken from them and bound before their eyes. Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, to put each man's silver back in his sack, and to give them provisions for their journey. After this was done for them, they loaded their grain on their donkeys and left. At the place where they stopped for the night, one of them opened his sack to get feed for his donkey, and he saw his silver in the mouth of his sack. My silver has been returned, he said to his brothers. Here it is in my sack. Their hearts sank, and they turned to each other, trembling, and said, what is this that God has done to us? When they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him all that had happened to him. They said, the man who is Lord over the land spoke harshly to us and treated us as though we were spying on the land. But we said to him, we are honest men. We are not spies. We were 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest is now with our father in Canaan. Then the man who was Lord over the land said to us, this is how I will show how I know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for your starving households, and go, bring your youngest brother to me, so I will know that you are not spies, but honest men. Then I will give your brother back to you, and you can trade in the land. As they were emptying their sacks, there in each man's sack was his pouch of silver. That when they and their father saw the money pouches, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them, you have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you want to take Benjamin? Everything is against me. Everything is against me. Then Reuben said to his father, you may put both of my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back. But Jacob said, my son will not go down there with you. His brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If harm comes to him on the journey you are taking, you will bring my gray head down to the grave and sorrow. Yeah, and that's where that leaves off. Leaves off. I ain't really got much to say, but Joseph kind of messing with him. It's kind of funny. But I haven't read 43 yet at the time of this recording, so I'm definitely interested to see the heading in the Bible that I have calls it the second journey to Egypt, which makes sense because of course they're going to go back. But is Jesus gonna? I mean, not Jesus. Jesus isn't on the earth, doesn't have the mortal flesh yet. So but yeah, anyway, is Jesus? I mean, not Jesus. I keep saying Jesus. Is Joseph going to? What's Joseph going to do when he brings the brother back? How is Reuben going to convince Jacob to let Benjamin go? Is Benjamin going to say something and be like, oh yeah, I'll go, and stuff like that, or go behind Jacob's back? Or Jacob/Israel's back. Or whatever. I have no idea. I can only predict. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna see you, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. Alright, I'm out of here. Alright, welcome to another video. This is most likely your first video, but welcome to another. Yeah, this is a video in my Bible reading series of the NIV, which stands for New International Translation version of the Bible, and I'm doing a series, reading through it one chapter per video at a time. And in this video, I'm gonna be reading through Genesis 43. Except I think last video I did 42. All right, I think I got 40 through 42 uploaded. Yeah. So Genesis. Okay, so let's see. In the last chapter, Genesis 42. Let me skim this. It's been a bit. Okay, yeah, so in the last chapter they went down to Egypt, and Joseph and Joseph was like, oh yeah, I have to bring Benjamin or something like that, I believe, if I remember correctly. And they don't know that that's Joseph and stuff like that, because of course Joseph was presumed dead or something like that, because his brothers sold him off, and then his brothers faked his death or whatever, with drenched his robe in blood and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Just skimming through. I'm up to. Before I started recording this, I read Genesis 48, so I'm a little bit ahead, quite a bit actually in terms of story, but developments. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. So in Genesis 43, they're going back to Egypt, and let's get into that. Oh wait, check on before if you do like what you see in this video and want to see more, check out the card, the cube card thing, the card in the right hand corner, that shows up in the first few seconds of the video. Click it, and then you'll be able to see. It'll take you to, and then you click again, and it'll take you to my playlist where I have every verse in the Bible, every chapter in the Bible that I've recorded up until this point of the NIV version. At some point down the road, in a couple of years, like 2-3 years, around 2.5-3 years from now, God willing, I'm alive still, I will start the New King James Version translation videos. I am reading through it right now, slowly, and as part of my daily readings, and I'm liking what I see so far. It's another kind of thing where it has annotations and stuff like that, some commentary. Of course, I'm most likely going to leave a majority of the commentary out of the videos, because copyright reasons and stuff like that. And you can, if you want that stuff, you can get the book yourself. Like you can get this book, the Student Bible. This is an old one from like 1970s or something like that, or 1980s. But you can get the newer version. They have a newer version that was like a 2011 update, which is pretty much the same thing as far as I know. It just has some extra maps, which I thought that was cool. I thought about ordering it, but I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, enough of my ramblings. Let's just get on with it. Okay. Now the famine was still severe in the land, so when they had eaten all the grain they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah said to him, "The man warned us solemnly, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you. If you will send our brother along with us, we will go down and buy food for you. But if you will not send him, we will not go down, because the man said to us, you will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.' Israel asked, 'Why did you bring this trouble on me by telling the man you had another brother?' They replied, 'The man questioned us closely about ourselves and our family. Is your father still living?' He asked us, 'Do you have another brother?' We simply answered his questions. How were we to know what he would say? 'Bring your brother down here.' Then Judah said to Israel his father, 'Send the boy along with me, and we will go at once, so that we and you and and our children may live and not die. I myself will guarantee his safety. You can hold me personally responsible for him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him here before you, I will bear the blame before you all my life. As it is, if we had not delayed, we could have gone and returned twice.' Then their father Israel said to them, 'If it must be, then do this. Put some of the best products of the land in your bags and take them down to the man as a gift. A little balm and a little honey, some spices and myrrh, some pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double the amount of silver with you, for you must return the silver that was put back into the mouths of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. Take your brother also and go back to the man at once, and may God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, so that he will let your other brother and Benjamin come back with you. As for me, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved.' So the men took the gifts and doubled the amount of silver, and Benjamin also. They hurried down to Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, 'Take these men to my house, slaughter an animal, prepare dinner. They are to eat with me at noon.' The man did as Joseph told him and took the men to Joseph's house. Now the men were frightened when they were taken to his house. They thought, 'We were brought here because of the silver that was put back into our sacks the first time. He wants to attack us and overpower us and seize us as slaves and take our donkeys.' So they went up to Joseph's steward and spoke to him at the entrance of the house. 'Please, sir,' they said, 'we came down here the first time to buy food, but at the place where we stopped for the night we opened our sacks and each of us found his silver, the exact weight in the mouth of his sack, so we have brought it back with us. We have also brought additional silver with us to buy food. We don't know who put our silver in our sacks.' 'It's all right,' he said. 'Don't be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver.' Then he brought Simeon out to them. The steward took the men into Joseph's house, gave them water to wash their feet, and provided fodder for their donkeys. They prepared their gifts for Joseph's arrival at noon, because they had heard that they were to eat there. When Joseph came home, they presented to him the gifts they had brought into the house, and they bowed down before him to the ground. He asked them how they were, and then he said, 'How is your aged father you told me about? Is he still living?' They replied, 'Your servant, our father, is still alive and well,' and they bowed low to pay him honor. As he looked about and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, he asked, 'Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about?' And he said, 'God be gracious to you, my son,' deeply moved at the sight of his brother Joseph. Deeply moved at the sight of his brother. Joseph hurried out and looked for a place to weep. He went into his private room and wept there. After he had washed his face, he came out and, controlling himself, said, 'Serve the food.' They served him by himself. The brothers the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves. Because Egyptians could not eat with Hebrews, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The men had been seated before him in the order of their ages, from the firstborn to the youngest, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as anyone else's, so they feasted and drank freely with him. A silver cup and a sack. Now Joseph gave these instructions to the steward of his house. Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack. Then put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain. And he did as Joseph said. As morning dawned, Well, I went a little too far. I was starting to get into 44. So it ended at so they feasted and drank freely with him. Yeah, got a little preview. All right. Anyway, yeah, that was Genesis 43. I got nothing much to say. Joseph has been kind of messing with him a little bit. Like, like with the he's about to do the cup in the sack and be like, "Oh, you stole my cup," or something. Like, if I remember correctly, I might not remember correctly, but it's stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, I understand, because they were the ones that sold him into slavery to begin with. So messing with him a little bit is very understandable. I think. But that's not going to last for too much longer. But yeah, anyway, preview for chapter 44. Yeah, the silver cup in the sack. He's gonna put he's like, yeah, put the cup in the Benjamin sack or whatever, and he's gonna be like, oh yes, let me keep him because or something like that. And Reuben, I think, he's gonna be like, dang, you're kind of screwing me over with this, because I told my father that I'd bring him back with me and stuff like that, and bunch of and stuff, and so on and so forth. And we'll get into that in the next video. So yeah, like I said, check out the playlist if you want, and I'm getting there. I'm almost to Genesis through all of Genesis, man. Genesis has 50 chapters in there. It supposedly ends up with the death of Joseph. I'm just reading through I'm just looking at the headings, the helpful headings that my Bible, that my version gives, and then we'll get into Exodus in like the next couple weeks or something like that. And then yeah, that should be fun. The Bible gets each book of the Bible gets shorter and shorter, it seems, as it goes along. So like Genesis is 50. Exodus is, let me see, Exodus is 40. Leviticus, let's see, there's like 27 numbers. Oh, even less than that. Yeah. Okay, so Numbers is like 31, 30, 36. Then Deuteronomy, and then all right, yeah. Which I don't know. I don't know what's even in those books, because I haven't read them yet. I'm not a Bible scholar. I'm learning, dude. I'm learning. But yeah. Anyway, that was Genesis 43, and that's it. Welcome. This is another video in my Bible reading series. I'm on the NIV translation, which stands for New International Version. And I'm reading through Genesis, and this will be Genesis. We're on Genesis. I'm doing Genesis 44, and in the last episode, what's it called? It was like Joseph and not Joseph. What's it called? Yeah. Okay, so Joseph's brothers came back to get more food and stuff like that, and they were able to convince Jacob/Israel to let them bring Benjamin, because that's what Joseph wanted, and stuff like that. And then they ate and drank and feasted and all that stuff. And then Joseph's about to play another trick, I guess, another scheme, I would say. Where he had his silver cup placed in Benjamin's sack, and then they're gonna go. He's like, "Oh yes, you stole my cup," or something like that. And yeah, let's just get into it. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Gotta do the intro. Hold on, wait, gotta do some more stuff. Check out the playlist if you want. I'm probably gonna make more playlists. And stuff like that. Like when I'm finished with Genesis, I might consolidate it all into one video with timestamps. We'll see. Right now, if you click at the time of this recording, at least, check out the playlist. Yes, that shows up in the first 5 seconds of the video, and maybe I should. Anyway, yeah. Like I said, check out the playlist, and because at the first few seconds of the video, there's a little card in the right hand corner that shows up. Click it, and then there'll be the playlist right there. Click that, and it'll show you every chapter. It'll be a playlist of every chapter that I've covered. Every now and then 2 chapters of video. And yeah, and you can scroll through that. It's going to be quite cumbersome eventually when I have the whole Bible read, both New and Old Testaments read. So I'll have to condense that down and edit the cards probably, or something like that. But yeah, that'll happen then. And because it would be a lot better if I just did it by book. But I'll do that eventually. But yeah. Anyway, because I plan on getting this whole thing read. It's stuff. If I haven't mentioned already, it's the NIV translation, and yeah, we're gonna be doing Genesis 44, which then I've already said recap the previous chapter. So yeah, let's just get into it. Now Joseph gave these instructions to the steward of his house: fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack. Then put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain. And he did as Joseph said. As morning dawned, the men were sent on their way with their donkeys. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph said to his steward, "Go after those men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid good with evil? Isn't this the cup my master drinks from, and also uses for divination? This is a wicked thing you have done.' When he caught up with him, he repeated those words to them. But they said to him, 'Why does my lord say such things? Far be it from your servants to do anything like that. We even brought back to you from the land of Canaan the silver we found inside the mouths of our sacks. So why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servants is found to have it, he will die, and the rest of us will become my lord's slaves.' 'Very well then,' he said, 'let it be as you say. Whoever is found to have it will become my slave. The rest of you will be free from blame.' Each of them quickly lowered his sack to the ground and opened it. Then the steward proceeded to search, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. At this they tore their clothes. Then they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. Joseph was still in the house when Judah and his brothers came in, and they threw themselves to the ground before him. Joseph said to them, "What is this you have done? Don't you know that a man like me can find things about by divination? What can we say to my lord?" Judah replied, "What can we say? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my lord's slaves, we ourselves and the one who was found to have the cup." But Joseph said, "Far be it from me to do such a thing. Only the man who was found to have the cup will become my slave. The rest of you go back to your father in peace." Then Judah went up to him and said, "Please, my lord, let your servant speak a word to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant, though you are equal to Pharaoh himself." My lord asked his servants, "Do you have a father or a brother?" And we answered, "We have an aged father, and there is a young son born him in his old age. His brother is dead, and he is the only one of his mother's sons left, and his father loves him." Then you said to your servants, "Bring him down to me so I can see him for myself." And we said to my lord, "The boy cannot leave his father. If he leaves him, his father will die." But you told your servants, "Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you will not see my face again." When we went back to your servant and my father, we told him that what my lord has said. Then our father said, "Go back and buy a little more food." But we said, "We cannot go down. Only if our youngest brother is with us will we go. We cannot see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us. Your servant my father said to us, 'You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One of them went away from me, and I said, he has surely been torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. If you take this one from me too, and harm comes to him, you will bring my gray head down to the grave in the misery.' So now, if the boy is not with us when I go back to your servant my father, and if my father, whose life is closely bound up with the boy's life, sees that the boy isn't there, he will die. Your servants will bring the gray head of your father down to the grave in sorrow." Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, "If I do not bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, all my life. Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come upon my father." And like I said, Joseph's like messing with him pretty much. I mean, he loves Benjamin and stuff like that for some reason. But yeah, I guess it's probably because I don't think Benjamin had a hand in. I can't remember if Benjamin had a hand in having him enslaved or not. But anyway, so I think that's what he had in mind. Joseph wanted to keep Benjamin and stuff like that, and his other brothers or something. Alright, and then so that's the end of that. It continues in chapter 45 when Joseph is gonna finally make himself known to his brothers and stuff like that. There would be like a rejoicing and stuff like that. And from here on, in the next couple chapters, from 45 through 48, it's gonna be like a reunion and stuff like that, and it's gonna be fresh. And stuff like that. A little extra with Joseph's kids and Israel and whatever. Alright, that's it for this video though, and I'm out. Welcome! This is another video in my NIV, which stands for New International Version, Bible reading. I am on Genesis right now, and in this video I am going to be reading through Genesis chapter 45. I was about to say 44. So in the last chapter, Joseph played a trick or whatever on them. He was like, oh yes, because I guess he wanted Benjamin to stay with him and stuff like that. So he planted a cup on him, his cup on him, and was like, oh yes, you stole my cup or something like that and stuff. And then one of his brothers were like, oh yeah, well, we promised that our father that we would bring Benjamin back and stuff. And he pleaded. He's pleading for them not to keep Benjamin or whatever and stuff like that. So and then this chapter 45 is continuing on that, and Joseph is gonna break, and he's gonna make himself known, like he's gonna reveal that he is in fact Joseph, their brother. So yeah. Check out the playlist if you want. That's in the first 5 seconds of the video. Top right hand corner, click it. The playlist will show a little pop-up thing on there. It'll be a playlist. Click the playlist. It'll show every chapter that I've done so far. Okay, and yeah, check that out if you want. And at some point, I'll probably have I might have another card there because I can condense down Genesis into one thing, timestamps, stuff like that. I'll have to go through that. It's gonna take some time. Yeah, I might do it. We'll see. All right, but yeah, let's get into this. All right. Then Joseph could no longer control himself before all his attendants, and he cried out, "Have everyone leave my presence." So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers, and he wept so loudly that the Egyptians heard him, and Pharaoh's household heard about it. Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" But his brothers were not able to answer him because they were terrified at his presence. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "Come close to me." When they had done so, he said, "I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt, and now do not be distressed, and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now there has been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years there will not be plowing and reaping, but God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then, it was not you who sent me here, but God. He made me father to Pharaoh, lord of his entire household and ruler of all Egypt. Now hurry back to my father and say to him, 'This is what your son Joseph says. God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, don't delay. You shall live in the region of Goshen and be near me, you, your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds, and all you have. I will provide for you there, because 5 years of famine are still to come. Otherwise, you and your household and all who belong to you will become destitute. You can see for yourselves, and so can my brother Benjamin, that it is really I who am speaking to you. Tell my father about all the honor accorded to me in Egypt, and about everything you have seen, and bring my father down here quickly.' Then he threw his arms around his brother Benjamin and wept, and Benjamin embraced him, weeping, and he kissed all his brothers and wept over them. Afterward, his brothers talked with him. When the news reached Pharaoh's palace that Joseph's brother had come, Pharaoh and all his officials were pleased. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Tell your brothers, do this: load your animals, and return to the land of Canaan, and bring your father and your families back to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you can enjoy the fat of the land." You are also directed to tell them, "Do this: take some carts from Egypt for your children and your wives, and get your father and come. Never mind about your belongings, because the best of all Egypt will be yours." So the sons of Israel did this. Joseph gave them carts as Pharaoh had commanded, and he also gave them provisions for their journey. To each of them he gave new clothing, but to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of silver and 5 sets of clothing. And this is what he sent to his father: 10 donkeys loaded with the best things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain. And he sent his brothers away, and as they were leaving, he said to them, don't quarrel on the way. So they went up out of Egypt and came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. They told him, Joseph is still alive. In fact, he is ruler of all Egypt. Jacob was stunned. He did not believe them, but when they told him everything Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the carts Joseph had sent to carry him back, the spirit of their father Jacob revived, and Israel said, I'm convinced my son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die. And that was 45. Oh! Okay. I got 3 more chapters to record today. And edit and upload and all that stuff. Anyway. Jacob goes down to Egypt. Yeah. So in the next chapter, Jacob is going to go to Egypt, basically. And he's gonna see, as far as I remember, there's gonna be a nice reunion and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's it. I'm out. Oh. Welcome. This is another video in my Bible reading series. This of the NIV translation. And yeah, this is it. NIV translation, which stands for New International Version. And in this video, I'll be reading through chapter 46 of Genesis, and we're getting there. I'm getting there to get Genesis completely read by, in my voice, with various other ramblings and commentary included. Yeah. So in the last chapter, Joseph revealed himself to his brothers and then sent them back to go tell Joseph. Well, not Joseph. To go back and tell Jacob/Israel that he is alive, that Joseph is alive, and has amassed all this high position and great wealth. And Joseph Jacob was really happy. He's like, I want to see him, and then now he's gonna go there. He's gonna see him. Check out the playlist if you want. It's in the first few seconds of the video, top right corner. Click it. Click the playlist. There might be another playlist there as well. Shows every chapter that I've done so far. And this is a 3-year journey, and to get through this, and but at the end of the 3 years, I will have the end of it done. I will have the whole New Testament and Old Testament NIV version read, and then I will move on to the New King James version, which will probably take another 3 years. And maybe. We'll see. We will see. Depending on how my life goes. I might have to suspend the project for a while or whatever. But I know for certain that I will at least get through Genesis, probably Exodus, and maybe Leviticus, and maybe whatever after that. Maybe look a couple after that. I might get the whole Old Testament done if I'm lucky. At least, but I'm guaranteeing that I'm at least gonna have Genesis, and if things go right, I'll have Leviticus. Not Leviticus. Exodus comes after Genesis, because I think it's only 30 long, so per video. And then I'll do the, yeah, okay. Jacob goes to Egypt. All right, yeah. So Israel set out with all, here, now without further ado, chapter 46 of Genesis. All right. So Israel set out with all that was his, and when he reached Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in a vision at night and said, Jacob, Jacob, here I am. He replied, I am God, I am God, the God of your father. He said, do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down to Egypt with you, and I will surely bring you back again, and Joseph's own hand will close your eyes. Then Jacob left Beersheba, and Israel's sons took their father Jacob and their children and their wives in the carts that Pharaoh had sent to transport him. They also took with them their livestock and the possessions they had acquired in Canaan. And Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt. He took with him to Egypt his sons and grandsons and his daughters and granddaughters, all his offspring. These are the names of the sons of Israel, Jacob and his descendants who went to Egypt. Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob, the sons of Reuben, which are Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah, Er, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But Er and Onan had died in the land of Canaan, so they did not go. Of course. The sons of Perez, Hezron, and Hamel. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Pua, Josheb, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, which are Sered, Elon, and Jaleel. These were the sons Leah bore to Jacob in Paddan Aram, beside his daughter Dinah. These sons and daughters of his were 33 in all. The sons of Gad, Zephon, Hagi, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Arodi, and Areli. The sons of Asher, Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, and Beriah. Their sister was Sarah. The sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiel. These were the children born to Jacob by Zilpah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Leah, 16 in all. The sons of Jacob's wife, Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. In Egypt, Manasseh and Ephraim were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potipharah, priest of On. The sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ahi, Rosh, Muhim, Mupim, Hupim, and Ard. These were the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob, 14 in all. The son of Dan, Hushim. The sons of Naphtali, Jazil, Guni, Jezer, and Shilem. These were the sons born to Jacob by Bilhah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Rachel, 7 in all. All those who went to Egypt with Jacob, those who were his direct descendants, not counting his sons' wives, numbered 66 persons, with the 2 sons who had been born to Joseph in Egypt. The members of Jacob's family which went to Egypt were 70 in all. Now Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph to get directions to Goshen. When they arrived in the region of Goshen, Joseph had his chariot made ready and went to Goshen, to meet his father in Israel. As soon as Joseph appeared before him, he threw his arms around his father and wept for a long time. Israel said to Joseph, Now I am ready to die, since I have seen for myself that you are still alive. Then Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, I will go up and speak to Pharaoh, and will say to him, My brothers and my father's household, who are living in the land of Canaan, have come to me. The men are shepherds, they tend livestock, and they have brought along their flocks and herds and everything they own. When Pharaoh calls you in and asks, What is your occupation? You should answer, Your servants have tended livestock from our boyhood on, just as our fathers did. Then you will be allowed to settle in the region of Goshen, for all shepherds are detestable to the Egyptians. Alright, that was 46. Hey man, I heard a noise. Oh. Anyway, yeah, that's Genesis chapter 46. And yeah. Ain't got much to say besides, like I said again, playlist if you want. And if you have something you want to say in the comments, of course, go ahead and say what you want to say. And yeah, without anything else to say, I will. Oh, I guess I could say in the next chapter. I could say. Let me see. Joseph and the famine. Joseph's gonna be doing some in the next chapter. Joseph's gonna be doing some things, with regard to the famine, to his father, stuff like that. And yeah. See, I'm out. Welcome. This is another video in my Bible reading series. And this is the NIV translation, as you can tell by the title. NIV stands for New International Version. There are other versions, of course. Another version that I am reading right now, alongside of my NIV, is the New King James, which is NKJV. And yeah, not really knowledgeable on the differences in text because I haven't read both of them all the way through, and or done any research or anything. I'm just reading and stuff like that. But yeah, check out the playlist if you want. It'll show in the beginning of the video. There's a card on the right hand corner. Click that. Click the playlist. It'll show you the playlist. Click on it if you want. It'll show all the chapters that I've done so far and stuff like that. In this video, I will be reading through chapter 47 of Genesis. In the last chapter, Joseph met his father again. And yeah, in this chapter, some other things are going on, like some about the famine, some more stuff with his father, with Jacob and Joseph, and stuff. Let's just get into it. Joseph went and told Pharaoh, "My father and brothers, with their flocks and herds and everything they own, have come from the land of Canaan and are now in Goshen." He chose 5 of his brothers and presented them before Pharaoh. Pharaoh asked the brothers, "What is your occupation?" "Your servants are shepherds," they replied to Pharaoh. "Just as our fathers were." They also said to him, "We have come to live here a while, because the famine is severe in Canaan, and your servants' flocks have no pasture. So now, please let your servants settle in Goshen." Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you, and the land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best part of the land. Let them live in Goshen, and if you know of any among them with special ability, put them in charge of my own livestock." Then Joseph brought his father Jacob in and presented him before Pharaoh. After Jacob blessed Pharaoh, Pharaoh asked him, "How old are you?" And Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The years of my pilgrimage are 130. My years have been few and difficult, and they do not equal the years of the pilgrimage of my fathers." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from his presence. So Joseph settled his father and his brothers in Egypt and gave them property in the best part of the land, the district of Ramesses or whatever. I don't know. As Pharaoh directed. Joseph also provided his father and his brothers and all his father's household with food, according to the number of their children. And then we're going to get into Joseph and the famine now. There was no food, however, in the whole region, because the famine was severe. Both Egypt and Canaan wasted away because of the famine. Joseph collected all the money that was to be found in Egypt and Canaan in payment for the grain they were buying, and he brought to Pharaoh's palace. When the money of the people of Egypt and Canaan was gone, all Egypt came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? Our money is used up." "Then bring your livestock," said Joseph. "I will sell you food in exchange for your livestock, since your money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for their horses, their sheep and goats, their cattle and donkeys. And he brought them through that year food in exchange for all their livestock. When that year was over, they came to him the following year and said, "We cannot hide from our Lord the fact that since our money is gone and our livestock belongs to you, there is nothing left for our Lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we perish before your eyes, and we in our land as well? Buy us in our land, and in exchange for food, we with our land will be in bondage to Pharaoh. Give us seed so that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate." So Joseph bought all the land in Egypt for Pharaoh. The Egyptians, one and all, sold their fields because the famine was too severe for them. The land became Pharaoh's, and Joseph reduced the people to servitude from one end of Egypt to the other. However, he did not buy the land of the priests because they received a regular allotment from Pharaoh and had food enough from the allotment Pharaoh gave them. That is why they did not sell their land. Joseph said to the people, "Now that I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh, here is seed for you, so you can plant the ground. But when the crop comes in, give a fifth of it to Pharaoh, and the other 4/5 you may keep as seed for the fields and as food for yourselves and your households and your children." "You have saved our lives," they said. "May we find favor in the eyes of our Lord. We will be in bondage to Pharaoh." So Joseph established it as a law concerning land in Egypt, still in force today, that a fifth of the produce belongs to Pharaoh. It was only the land of the priests that did not become Pharaoh's. Now the Israelites settled in Egypt, in the region of Goshen. They acquired property there and were fruitful and increased greatly in number. Jacob lived in Egypt 17 years, and the years of his life were 147. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called for his son Joseph and said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh and promise that you lost. I think. Put your hand under my thigh and promise that you'll show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt, but when I rest with my fathers, carry me out of Egypt and bury me where they are buried." "I will do as you say," he said. "Swear to me," he said. Then Joseph swore to him, and Israel worshipped as he leaned on the top of his staff. All right. There's also a footnote that says where he leaned on the top of his staff. It says, "Or Israel bowed down at the head of his bed." Just thought I'd throw that out there, just because not that it really matters too much. But yeah, that was Genesis 47. And then 48. I haven't read past 48 yet at the time of this recording. So yeah. Alright, so I think on the next 48 is about so Israel / Jacob, whatever, is gonna die, but he's gonna bless his sons and say which one is gonna be more prosperous or whatever among them and stuff like that before doing so, and yeah, that'll be in the next video. All right, I'm out of here. All right, welcome. This is another video in my Bible reading series this is the NIV translation, which stands for New International Version, and Yeah, I'm on this video. I'm going to be reading Genesis 48, and if you like what you see and want to see more, check out the playlist that shows in the video. That's in the video, and at the beginning of the video, first few seconds, the little card on the right, it'll take you to a playlist. Yeah, it'll take you to a playlist that you're on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, I don't know if I can do it on because I plan on uploading on Rumble too. But yeah, it's gonna be a playlist if you're on YouTube, and it'll show every chapter by video that I've done, and also check the. I'm gonna start saying check the description because I might have links to other playlists and stuff like that as well. Because once I finish with Genesis, I might make a condensed video, or it'd be a lot easier to just make a condensed playlist actually, instead of condensing it all into one video. Yeah. So I don't have to like do a bunch of editing and timestamps and stuff. So I'm probably gonna make a playlist, like also separate playlists. Probably for Genesis, Exodus, so on and so forth. I'll have to figure it out. I wish on YouTube you could do like a folder system when it comes to playlists. Like in the playlist, you could have sub playlists, kind of like with computers and stuff. You can have a folder inside a folder inside a folder. I wish you could have playlist nesting. That's a good idea. I brought this up before. YouTube, that'd be such a good idea. Playlist nesting. I don't know if you can do that or not, but I don't know how hard it'd be to like code that. But yeah, that's fresh. That'd be fresh. Yeah. Anyway. Alright, let's just get into. I'm gonna be doing Genesis 48 in this video. This is gonna be talking about so Israel, Jacob slash Israel is gonna die soon. So Joseph is gonna bring his sons there, and Joseph is gonna bless them and say what he has to say, and stuff like that. So let's get into it. Sometime later, Joseph was told, "Your father is ill." So he took his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, along with him. When Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has come to you," Israel rallied his strength and sat up on the bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and there he blessed me and said to me, I am going to make you fruitful and will increase your numbers. I will make you a community of peoples, and I will give this land as an everlasting possession to your descendants after you. Now then, your two sons, born to you in Egypt before I came to you here, will be reckoned as mine. Ephraim and Manasseh will be mine, but just as Reuben and Simeon are mine. Any children born to you after them will be yours, and the territory they inherit they will be reckoned under the names of their brothers. As I was returning from Paddan, to my sorrow, Rachel died in the land of Canaan, while we were still on the way, a little distance from Ephrath. So I buried her there beside the road to Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem. When Israel saw the sons of Joseph, he asked, Who are these? They are the sons of God. They are the sons God has given me here. Joseph said to his father. Then Israel said, Bring them to me, so I may bless them. Now Israel's eyes were failing because of old age, and he could hardly see. So Joseph brought his sons close to him, and his father kissed them and embraced them. Israel said to Joseph, I never expected to see your face again, and now God has allowed me to see your children too. Then Joseph removed them from Israel's knees and bowed down with his face to the ground. And Joseph took both of them, Ephraim on his right toward Israel's left, hand, and Manasseh on his left toward Israel's right hand, and his and brought them and brought them close to him. But Israel reached out his right hand and put it on Ephraim's head. Though he was the younger, in crossing his arms, he put his left hand on Manasseh's head, even though Manasseh was the firstborn. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys. May they be called by my name and the names of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and may they increase greatly upon the earth." When Joseph saw his father placing his right hand on Ephraim's head, he was displeased, so he took hold of his father's hand and moved it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. Joseph said to him, "No, my father, this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." But his father refused and said, I know, my son. I know, he too will become a people, and he too will become great. Nevertheless, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his descendants will become a group of nations." He blessed them that day and said, "In your name will Israel pronounce this blessing. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh." So he put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, "I am about to die, but God will be with you and take you back to the land of your fathers. And to you, as one who is over your brothers, I give the ridge of land I took from the Amorites, my sword and my bow." Let's see. I just want to just check something. Yeah, so Ephraim is the younger. Alright, yeah, so that was Genesis 48. Getting there. 2 more chapters, and then all of Genesis will be finished. And then in a month or so, I will have Exodus out and recorded. Because Exodus is a little bit more than one. I think it's like 40 something. And I am interested to see what happens in Exodus, because I don't know. At the time of this recording, I haven't read through Exodus. I haven't even finished Genesis. I still have to read myself for the first time, 49 and 50, before I do it for a video. But yeah, Exodus. Alright. Well, I'm eager to get there. I'll be there in a couple days from now. And, you know what? I just thought maybe I should say the date that I record these videos at the beginning, just for reference. Ooh, that hurt. All right. Anyway. Well, yeah, that was Genesis 48, and I hope you enjoyed that. And I do plan on getting this whole book read in audio form in a couple years from now, and stuff, and posting it on Reddit. I mean, not Reddit. Reddit. I can't do that. I don't think. Yeah. I don't know if you can post on Twitter the Bible. Like you can post like 10 plus minute videos in a Twitter post. And besides, how would you archive that? So that wouldn't be a really good idea to do. Because you can't keep track of it. But I was gonna, man. That's like, I remember they had Vlair, but Vlair gone. You got Rumble though. Rumble, I'm thinking about doing that. True Social, that's like a Twitter, I think. So I can't do that. But I don't think it's too. Apparently, True Social isn't even it's struggling, so I can't really do that either. Yeah. Anyway, all right, that's it. If you have a comment, say a comment. Check the description for any other playlists that I may add in the future. If you want. And if you have any comments or any insights or anything like that, please feel free, to do so. And, yeah, that's it. I'm out. Welcome. This is another episode in my NIV, which stands for New International Version, Bible reading. I am on Genesis right now, and I'm gonna be doing Genesis 49 in this video. And yeah, if you want to check out all the other stuff that I've done, all the other chapters I've done before, on the top right corner, the first few seconds of the video, there will be a card in the right hand corner. Click it, it'll show the playlist. Click on that, you can see every chapter that I've done so far. I plan to do the whole book. I'll have the whole book done in a couple years from now. Around 2.5, 3 years. And one chapter per video, 2 chapters every once in a great while. And yeah, so let's see. I'm almost done with Genesis. I'm almost done, and I can make it into a long video. And then maybe I'll see. Let's see. So basically, Jacob's about to die, and he's gonna be blessing his son and having some predictions. Let me see. I think he already did a little bit of that in 48. But he's doing more in this one. So let's just get into it. Then Jacob called for his sons and said, "Gather around so I can tell you what will happen to you in days to come. Assemble and listen, sons of Jacob. Listen to your father Israel. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, the first sign of my strength, excelling in honor, excelling in power. Turbulent as the waters, you will no longer excel, for you went up onto your father's bed, onto my couch, and defiled it. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons of violence. Let me not enter their council. Let me not join their assembly, for they have killed men in their anger and hamstrung oxen as they pleased. Cursed be their anger, so fierce, and their fury so cruel. I will scatter them in Jacob and disperse them in Israel. Judah, your brothers will praise you. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons will bow down to you. You are a lion's cub, O Judah. You return from the prey, my son. Like a lion he crouches and lies down, like a lioness who dares to rouse him. The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he comes to whom it belongs. And the obedience of the nations is his. He will tether his donkey to a vine, his colt to the choicest branch. He will wash his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes will be darker than wine, his teeth whiter than milk. Zebulun will live by the seashore and become a haven for ships. His border will extend toward Sidon. Issachar is a raw-boned donkey lying down between 2 saddlebags. When he sees how good is his resting place and how pleasant is his land, he will bend his shoulder to the burden and submit to forced labor. Dan will provide justice for his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan will be a serpent by the roadside, a viper along this path, that bites the horse's heel so that its rider tumbles backward. I look for your deliverance, O Lord. Gad will be attacked by a band of raiders, but he will attack them at their heels. Asher's food will be rich. He will provide delicacies fit for a king. Naphtali is a doe set free that bears beautiful fawns. Joseph is a fruitful vine near a spring, whose branches climb over a wall. With bitterness archers attacked him. They shot at him with hostility, but his bow remained steady. His strong arm stayed limber because of the hand of the mighty one of Jacob, because of the shepherd, the rock of Israel, because of your father's God who helps you, because of the Almighty who blesses you with blessings of the heavens above, blessings of the deep that lies below, blessings of the breast and the womb. Your father's blessings are greater than blessings of the ancient mountains, than the bounty of the age-old hills. Let all these rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, in the evening he divides the plunder. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what their father said to them when he blessed them, giving each the blessing appropriate to him. Then he gave them these instructions: I am about to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre in Canaan, which Abraham bought as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite, along with the field. There Abraham and his wife Sarah were buried. There Isaac and his wife Rebekah were buried. And there I buried Leah. The field and the cave in it were bought from the Hittites. When Jacob had finished giving instructions to his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. All right, Genesis 49. Yeah, there's only one chapter left, and yeah, so I very much enjoyed reading through this, and stuff like that. Hopefully, these videos get attention and stuff like that, and brings more people to God and stuff. That'd be fresh, but I can only do my best, And yeah. Anyway, like I said, check out the playlist. I'm probably gonna, if you want, I'm gonna probably come out with a full thing where I combine all these videos into one. So and maybe make a separate playlist. We'll see. And yeah, that's so that you don't and maybe make timestamps in the video. We'll see. Uh, so yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it, and stuff like that. Because it's going to be hard when all this is done being translated. It's going to be hard to scroll through the exact one you want. So if I did it just one video per book, or condensed it to one video per book, that'd be fresh. It could be better. People could like that more. I'm definitely going to do it for Rumble, because what I want to do is I want to brain fart. I'm having a brain fart. Yeah. Anyway, I want to spread to other platforms and stuff, but I really don't have the time to be on every one. But I think I could do Rumble. I mean, Rumble, and I can't do these individual. I can't really do these individual videos for Rumble, because I did some testing, and Rumble is ass when it comes to like its upload speed. And I know it's not my internet, because YouTube uploads quick, way quicker. It's like a couple gigabytes video. But maybe at most a few. But the Rumble upload speed is like 1.2 megabytes per second. Like, if you're lucky, maybe 2. I think stuff like that. So, yeah, that's not very cash money. If you know, but if I do it all, if I condense them down, like to make the video longer, but just do more, put more chapters in the video for Rumble, I can do like each week. I might do a weekly video on Rumble where after the full Genesis, where I'll just be like, I'll upload I'll be on Exodus, so Exodus, I don't know, 1 through 5 or something like that in one video. Do it on Rumble that way, but on Rumble you don't have playlists and stuff like that. I also might do Spotify. Or not Spotify, SoundCloud. We'll see. Or Spotify. But we'll see. Anyway, I gotta go. My bruise is actually starting to go away. Fresh. Welcome to, this is another video in my NIV, which stands for New International Version, Bible reading series. And today's a momentous day. I finally finished Genesis, and this in the series I'm finishing is going to be the end of Genesis. Likewise, I finished Genesis a little bit ago. I read the last chapter. I just got done recording 49, but yeah, I finished. Forget about it. Anyway, I finished Genesis 50, and I finished Genesis 50, and I'm ready to record a video for you for the people, for like the maybe like 2 people that are gonna watch. Hopefully, I hope that's not the case. I hope more people watch, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah. So in the last chapter, Jacob died. He gave his final blessings, and he died. And in chapter 50, they're going to transport Jacob to the plot of land that Abraham bought. And Abraham is what? Abraham, Isaac. Well, or Abraham and Isaac are. I might be missing a people. Of course, their wives and stuff. Well, Leah and Rebecca. They're buried. So, yeah. Then Joseph is gonna die. So, and that's gonna wrap up Genesis, and then we're gonna go into Exodus, which I don't even know what Exodus is about, because I haven't even read Exodus yet. I haven't begun doing it. But check out the playlist if you want. In the first few seconds of the video, top right hand corner, click the playlist. It'll show every chapter that I've done so far by video. I might be adding some more stuff to it as well. So feel free if you want to do that. Anyway. Alright, on to Genesis chapter 50. Alright. Joseph threw himself upon his father and wept over him and kissed him. Then Joseph directed the physicians in his service to embalm his father Israel. So the physicians embalmed him, taking a full 40 days, for that was the time required for embalming. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. When the days of mourning had passed, Joseph said to Pharaoh's court, "If I have found favor in your eyes, speak to Pharaoh for me, Tell him my father made me swear an oath and said, I am about to die. Bury me in the tomb I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. Now let me go up and bury my father. Then I will return. Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father as he made you swear to do. Joseph went up to bury his father. All Pharaoh's officials accompanied him, the dignitaries of his court and all the dignitaries of Egypt, besides all the members of Joseph's household and his brothers and those belonging to his father's household. Only their children and their flocks and herds were left in Goshen. Chariots and horsemen also went up with him. It was a very large company. When they started the threshing floor of Atad, when they reached the threshing floor of Atad near the Jordan, they lamented loudly and bitterly. And there Joseph observed a 7-day period of mourning for his father. When the Canaanites who lived there saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, The Egyptians are holding a solemn ceremony of mourning. That is why that place near the Jordan is called Abel Mizraim. And apparently that means mourning of the Egyptians. So Jacob's sons did as he had commanded them. They carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which Abraham had bought as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite, along with a field. After burying his father, Joseph returned to Egypt, together with his brothers and all the others who had gone with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, What if Joseph holds a grudge against us and pays us back for all the wrongs we did to him? So they sent word to Joseph, saying, Your father left these instructions before he died. This is what you are to say to... This is what... Where did Joseph say? Oh, okay. This is what you are to say to Joseph. I ask you to forgive your brothers the sins and the wrongs they committed in treating you so badly. Now please forgive the sins of the servants of the God of your father. And when their message came to him, Joseph wept. His brothers then came and threw themselves down before him. We are your slaves, they said. But Joseph said to them, Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So then, don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children. And he reassured them and spoke kindly to them. Joseph stayed in Egypt along with all his father's family. He lived 110 years and saw the third generation of Ephraim's children. Also the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were placed at birth on Joseph's knees. Then Joseph said to his brothers, I am about to die, but God will surely come to your aid and take you up out of this land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Joseph made the sons of Israel swear an oath and said, God will surely come to your aid, and then you must carry my bones up from this place. So Joseph died at the age of 110, and after they embalmed him, he was placed in a coffin in Egypt. So I find that interesting because I would think that he'd want to be buried with his father, but I guess not. Unless I'm mistaken. Well, no. But anyway, that's Genesis 50. That wraps up all of Genesis. That was just like almost 2 months in the making. Alright. Long way to go, though. I'm only done with one book, but it's the longest book. So, yeah. Over 69 pages, man. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's small print. But anyway, I mean, it's fine, of course, because I'm learning, and stuff. But But a long journey, and a long journey to come. Lord willing, keep me alive. If not, it'd be like it. It might be like that, But yeah, that's all I gotta say. I'll catch you later. Hopefully, in Exodus.